Evening. The January 27th, 2026 regular meeting of the Douglas County School Board is now called to order. We will begin with roll call. Director Callahan?
Here.
Denzler?
Here.
Geiger?
Here.
Meek? Here. Parker?
Here.
Ryan?
Here.
Thompson? Here. Great, a quorum is present, so if you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we have our DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We have a lot of DCSD spotlights tonight, so we are going to go through and celebrate these amazing students and staff members and our own Board of Education. So let's start out with some of our students, artists. 3 of our Douglas County School District students placed at the Colorado Association of School Boards Art Contest. We had a conference for the Colorado Association of School Boards up in Colorado Springs with all the districts from across the state. And I have to tell you, it was a little funny where they kept announcing the winner for the art contest at various levels. And 80% of them, they were like, and Douglas County School District. And Douglas County School. So anyway, it was a great position to be in, and we're so proud of our amazing kids. Honorable mention, middle school 2D category was Anyash Amiria from American Academy, Castle Pines, under the tutelage of her art teacher, Mrs. Trout. Our blue ribbon winner, high school 2D category, was Julia Johnson from Thunder Ridge High School. No graceful way to do this, sorry. Under her art teacher, Kimberly Klumsky. And then here with us this evening, we have our gold ribbon winner, elementary 3D category, Charlotte Quinn from Copper Mesa Elementary. Please come on down here with your principal. I had the honor of going up on the stage with Charlotte while she accepted her award. And again, this is against all the kids in all the school districts across the whole state. So Charlotte, we are so proud of you and so excited, and it's so good to see you again. Candace, would you tell us a little bit about Charlotte and what this means? And I also have to do a shout out to Charlotte's art teacher, Carly Burke. Is Carly here tonight? Okay, well, we want to make sure we shout her out. Candace.
Yes, thank you. We're so proud of Charlotte. Unfortunately, she doesn't go to our school anymore because she's in middle school now. But this was from last year. Their 6th grade, one of their 6th grade projects was to create these dragon eyes, and they were phenomenal, you guys. I couldn't even get over it. And they look so real the way that they had made them. So Charlotte is just one of those kids that she's outgoing and lovely to absolutely everyone. She's a beautiful artist. She has a beautiful mind. She was just talking to Mr. Windsor about robotics, so we're excited for her and her future. Thank you, Charlotte.
Charlotte, do you want to say anything? We didn't warn you, so it's okay if you don't want to.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. Charlotte says she's very proud of herself, and she should be. Director Geiger is going to give you your certificate. One more big round of applause for Charlotte.
Congratulations, Charlotte. It was a beautiful piece.
Oh, you did amazing. And we're going to do a quick photo. And actually, before we leave, I'd love to have Charlotte's family come down and be part of the photo, too, because I am sure they are just as proud of her as we are.
No, I do get to have Olivia still. She's the kid.
Oh, good. All right, you still have,
for a while.
you got a future artist coming up. Oh, isn't she cute? Yeah, come on down. Oh, hi, Olivia. All right. All right, one more. Great to see you again. Thank you so much.
You said something to Charlotte the last time. You said, "Oh my gosh, you're so beautiful," and it stuck with her. She's like, "She said it was so pretty."
All right, I can't tell you how much joy that brought me to have so many of our kids get those national awards. All right, more ungraceful page turning. Okay. We have a special guest with us tonight. We have the executive director of the Colorado Association of School Executives, Melissa Gibson. Will you come join me up front for the next award? Literally right in front of me. Come on up. All right, once again in Douglas County School District, we are so proud to have one of the administrators of the year for Colorado Association of School Executives, so that's statewide. The 2026 Colorado Middle School Assistant Principal of the Year is here with us tonight. Jessica Ranella, come on up from Cimarron Middle School. Please come join us with your principal, Chris Zimmerman, and Executive Director, Kristen Drury. I'm sorry, I threw that actually. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Jessica. All right, I'm going to start with Case Executive Director Melissa Gibson, but Jessica, there are many people that have a lot to say about you.
Thank you so much, Erin. This is such a pleasure to be back in Douglas County. This is the third year in a row that CASE, the Colorado Association of School Executives, has had the privilege of presenting you all with a state-level award. We are so, so proud of Jessica. I will tell you the selection process for the Middle Level Assistant Principal of the Year award is incredibly competitive and rigorous. The application itself is quite the time commitment. It requires a whole host of data and digging and letters of recommendation from children and from parents, from community members, from colleagues, from the building principal, and from an administrator who works at the central office. This is incredibly competitive. The candidates this year were among the best I have seen in my 20 years at CASE, and Jessica rose to the top immediately. The selection committee was incredibly impressed with her authenticity, her belief in the importance of empathy and relationship building, and how critical it is to take care of not just students, but also staff and their families, and what it looks like to really see those relationships in action and what that can do for student outcomes. So it is my honor and pleasure to recognize you as the 2026 Colorado Middle Level Assistant Principal of the Year.
Jessica, there's more because we all have things to say. I'm going to start with your principal, Chris Zimmerman, and then we will have Executive Director of Schools, Kristen Drury, say a few words.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. We are so proud of you, Jessica. It is just an honor for us as a staff, our students at Cimarron Middle School. Our leadership team is here to support you. You're such an integral part of our team and for the success of our students every day at Cimarron. And so we are very proud of you and proud of your family as well, sitting up here in the front to be honoring you tonight.
Jess, it is such a celebration to stand up here and celebrate you. If I can just paint a picture of how many times I walk into the building and see the fatigue on your face because of how hard you're working to shift instruction, work on proficiency scales, make sure that every kid is supported. It's truly special. You and the Cimarron staff have truly transformed instruction. I'm very proud.
We are so proud of you, Jessica. And would you like to talk a little bit about what this means for you?
I might have prepared something. Just thank you for the honor. Thank you for being here. Thank you, my team. I love you guys. First, I just want to say thank you to Kristen, and the rest of our district leadership for the opportunities I've been given in my 4.5 years in Douglas County. And your commitment to investment in my leadership really has made this achievement much more meaningful. Very proud to work for a district that puts people first every time. And just grateful to be here and excited to continue the work to ensure that every student and staff has what they need to succeed. So thank you.
Okay, we have a certificate coming up. So I'm sorry, I don't have written down who's got it. Yep. Director Thompson has a certificate for you. And we're going to do a quick photo.
Okay.
Congratulations, Jessica. Thanks for all you do for kids. Okay, next, we have one of our amazing DCSD nurses, Kelly Driver. Kelly, if you can come on up here, that would be great. Let's give Kelly a round of applause. You don't know why yet, but I'm going to tell you. Kelly recently received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Colorado Association of School Nurses. Kelly, we are so proud of you. I'm going to ask Mary Evanson, Kelly Smith, and Danelle Hyatt to join me up here in order to talk about all of the amazing things that Kelly has done in her years, that you've done in your years with our district. We're so grateful. All right, I am going to start with Deputy Superintendent Danelle Hyatt.
So it was the beginning of December when Superintendent Kane and I had the opportunity to go to the nurses meeting and get an opportunity to participate in the recognition for Kelly. And it was just an incredible moment, but it wasn't just a moment. Like, the nurses in our district spoke endlessly about Kelly's impact on them professionally, on the field, on our students. Superintendent Kane and I, we were there for almost 45 minutes, and more people took the mic to talk about Kelly. And it was just an incredible testament to the impact that you've had on so many. So I just wanted to share that opportunity. I'm so glad we were able to be there for that, because it was so special, and to hear from people in the field about how you have supported and touched their lives. It was absolutely an incredible moment. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mary.
I would echo everything that Danelle just said. It really was amazing to stand there and listen to all the nurses talk about your influence on their career and their lives over all the years. So amazing. Mary.
Yes, that was amazing. And as Donnell just said, we could have gone on, and I could go on and on. I've known you a really long time, and I love you on so many levels. So that I don't go on and on, I did prepare something, because I really could go on and on. Because to get a Lifetime Achievement Award, you've done a few things. So Kelly, that was back in November. She received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Colorado Association of School Nurses, which is our state chapter of the National Association of School Nurses, which is our evidence-based practice type of body. They set the standard. The research comes out of them. Most of the directors of that are their doctorate prepared nurses. So to be recognized by them it's not an easy thing to get, especially lifetime. So Kelly started in the district in 1997 and has been here as a school nurse, and has just been, I know it. That's right. We like to talk about the 1900s when we were here. And it just, she opened Cimarron, exactly. There you go. I mean, I got to get to my script. I won't sit back down. So, I know, I'm going short. But over the time, Kelly then evolved has always been a big part of our nursing services leadership team and now I'm the third coordinator you've worked with, so she's been wonderful for all of us. Probably about 10, when did you assume diabetes resource nurse? About 10 years ago or so? It's been a while. So Kelly is now our district diabetes resource nurse, and now that's her. She's part of our leadership team. And represents and works with all of our students with diabetes, but not just in Douglas County. Kelly's recognized on the state level as well, and it's recognized by, again, by NASN and has been published by NASN, presents a the big training that we call it the HOT training, hands-on training for diabetes, about an 8-hour program that Kelly has developed, presents that to nurses all over the state of Colorado, school nurses, and now, the other day you were doing a Zoom with out-of-state people doing that, so it's pretty impressive. Kelly's one of the co-developers of the Colorado Kids with Diabetes Care and Prevention Collaborative, and that's the standards of care that our local providers update every single year. Kelly also her research has been featured in the American Journal of Nursing for her work on medication policies, and also was one of the pioneering members for our base kiddos that developed our on-call system to keep our base students safe when nobody else is at work. And she's a nationally certified school nurse, and we love her very much, and we're very, very proud of her.
I'll be very brief. Kelly, I have the privilege of supporting the nursing team in Douglas County, and she always puts students first. And I just adore her as a person, and she has taught me a lot about really gross stuff. So.
All right. Congratulations again, Kelly. Director Meek has a certificate for you.
Absolutely. Come on down. This really is all of y'all. This really is all of us together making students' lives better. I just happen to be the recipient of this, but this really is all of us. And this is a fabulous school district, and I just have been part of an awesome team. And so this really is for all of us, not just me.
Okay, two more. Our next recognition of the evening is our very own Gordon Mosier, DCSD's Executive Director of Choice Programming. So come on and join me down here, Gordon. And while he is walking, I'm going to talk a little bit about his award. Gordon was the 2025 Community Contributor Award recipient for the Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers. So Gordon is one of our executive directors of schools, and one of his jobs is as our charter school liaison and authorizer, and he has been recognized as such. So I'd love to have Assistant Superintendent Windsor join us as well. How about a big round of applause for Gordon? Point of personal privilege, I have been working with Gordon for a number of years, but initially as a charter school leader myself, and I know what an amazing job does and how Gordon does and how dedicated he is to each and every one of our students in all of our schools. And I also know that he works really hard to keep our district charter schools, to support them and help them, and also make sure that there's accountability all around in a really positive way. So with that, I'll hand it over to Danny.
Great. I've had a chance to know Gordon for probably close 10, 15 years in a variety of capacities. And the one thing I will say about Gordon is he is one of the best team players I think I've been around. He has such a commitment to the betterment of the larger organization. And so for his role being that liaison to our charter schools, but putting great structures. He likes structure and likes to analyze things just a touch, which is awesome. But what I will say is he really cares about the betterment of students. And that is his commitment I think he has in supporting our leaders, but also being a huge asset to our system, the work of helping lead with some of our middle school-based work, AVID-based programming as well too, but just super proud, wonderful human being, and an incredible leader. So really proud of you, bud.
Director Callahan has a certificate.
Congratulations. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
going to stop reading. Okay, last of all, January is January is School Board Appreciation Month. And so I just want to say a few things about our Board of Education. Boards of Education volunteer. They are one of the few elected officials in Douglas County or across the state that are not paid. They volunteer to do this incredible work, and they do it for one and only one reason, and that is our 61,000 students. And so everyone that is sitting on this dais today or that has sat on this dais going back as long as I can remember does it for that reason, and they put in endless time and an endless amount of effort and an endless amount of heart. And it is not always a job where you are thanked all the time. It is often a job where you just can't win. And so just that you're willing to put yourselves into the arena and into that position, and that you're willing to do it for the reason of the betterment of the amazing students in our system and to support the amazing staff that educate and take care of all of our students is tremendously appreciated. So on behalf of the staff in Douglas County School District and our 61,000 students, thank you for putting yourselves forward. Thank you for putting yourselves out there and for volunteering your time. How about a round of applause for our Board of Education? And we do have some Board of Education appreciation gifts for you that Shauna will walk around. So with that, and President Meek, I already threw your meeting off. Thank you very much. So thank you so much. That is the end of our staff, student, and board recognitions. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Kane. Actually, I'm going to take a little privilege here to say a couple of comments, and I know Vice President Callahan is probably thinking we're out of time on this agenda item, but, I just want to acknowledge all of the board members sitting up here tonight as well. A lot of people don't understand all of the hours that go into the work behind the scenes, and it is very much appreciated and recognized. This work asks a lot of us, and it takes time away from our families. It asks for emotional energy. It asks for us to carry stories, sometimes that are really hard to carry for students in the system, and we're here to help them. We're here to help our district move forward. And so why the work matters is students, and I just kind of want to ground us in that as we move forward tonight. For our students, the board represents hope, and hope that the adults are making decisions that put their needs first, hope that schools will be the places where they are safe, they're challenged, they're valued and supported and respected, even when they see outside of school things that can be frightening or hard to deal with. They know that school is here to help them. And so hope that even when the world feels uncertain, the people governing their schools are steady, thoughtful, and committed to their future. And so I just want to say thank you to my fellow board members. I know the work can feel heavy at times, and I just thank you for caring enough to wrestle with the work. It's not always fun work, but it's absolutely important work. And so I just felt like it was really worth acknowledging each and every one of you for that work tonight. So thank you all. And with that, we will move forward on the agenda. We have acceptance of the agenda. I did hear from a few board directors that a few of the minutes will need to probably be pulled from the agenda and some corrections made, because not all motions and votes were accurately captured. So with that, is there a motion to move forward the November, oops, I actually wrote it out, so. Here it is. It's the December 13th work session, December 16th. Actually, the motion would probably be to remove 3 of the 6 minutes. So All right, so is there a motion to amend the agenda to remove minutes for the November 11th, 2025, December 2nd, 2026, and regular meeting for December 16th meeting?
So move. Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Ryan that we amend the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda now? Oh, actually, sorry, I'm all off tonight. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I guess I'll just note that there were some missing votes from the November 11th meeting that I noticed. The December 2nd meeting, the votes are listed a little incorrectly, and then the December 16th meeting, I think we were just missing a single vote for consent agenda on that one that needs to be updated, but that at least was what I noticed, and that's what I said.
Perfect, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson? Aye. All right, perfect. So the agenda has been amended. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
Move to adopt the agenda as amended. Second.
All right, Director Geiger moved and Director Callahan seconded that the amended agenda is approved. Any discussion? Okay. Roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson? Aye. Great. The agenda has been approved. So with that, we are moving into superintendent reports.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. Welcome to 2026. We are officially in the second half of the school year. It is really flying by. It's hard to believe that we are coming up to February. There are many important dates and milestones in February. I may not be able to mention all of them, but here are a few. February is American Heart Month, Black History Month, Career and Technical Education Month, Love the Bus Month, Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, National School Counseling Week, National Public Schools Week, World Read Aloud Day, International Day of Women and Girls in Science, National School Resource Officer Appreciation Day, and President's Day will all be occurring. The Colorado Department of Education released graduation rates from the 24-25 school year. DCSD's graduation rate increased from 92.2%, which was our 15-year high, to a whopping 93.6%, which puts us at the highest graduation rate of school districts in the Denver metro area. I'm so proud of all the hard work of our students and our amazing staff. We are so excited to announce that DCSD has officially been awarded the opportunity to host the Army Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps, or Junior ROTC program, at Douglas County High School beginning in the 26-27 school year. This is in alignment with the board's ends, and we're so excited to be able to offer our students this amazing opportunity. Army Junior ROTC is a leadership and character development program that helps students build confidence, communication skills, teamwork, and responsibility through hands-on learning, service project, and real leadership opportunities. It's not military recruitment, and it does not carry any kind of service obligation, but it is just such a great experience for our student, and especially those who do aspire to serve our country. Thanks to the 2024 bond, ground is breaking across our county to provide educational opportunities for our students. So far, we've broken ground on construction of a new automotive program at Highlands Ranch High School, phase 2 of the Legacy campus right here, which will add new pathways for students, and a new elementary school in Sterling Ranch. And tomorrow afternoon, we break ground on a much-needed expansion and improvement at Sierra Middle School. On February 4th, we will break ground on our new elementary school in Lone Tree, and on February 24th, we will break ground on a new cosmetology program at Douglas County High School. A lot of exciting things going on. Thanks so much to our amazing voters. Congratulations to the talented high school musicians who were selected to perform at the Continental Music Festival on January 12th. Always one of my favorite events of the year. Thank you so much to our Board of Education directors who were able to attend. It is always awe-inspiring to see the musical talent that our students have. And speaking of that musical talent, on January 17th, our middle school musicians from across the district performed in the 10th annual DCSD Middle School Honor Ensemble at Chaparral High School. So congratulations to all of those students as well who were selected to perform in that incredible event. The nomination window is open for Outstanding Youth Awards, recognizing teenagers between 13 and 19 who have overcome personal adversity and created positive change in their lives. The Youth Awards focus on teenagers who have triumphed over great odds and serve as inspirations and role models. If you know young people who would be good candidates, please submit nominations by April 3rd on the Douglas County Youth Initiative website. All across our district, our feeder areas are gearing up for Wish Weeks. I believe I am going to one later this week. During our Wish Weeks, our high schools partner with their feeder schools and charter schools to raise funds for children who are battling significant health challenges via the Make-A-Wish or other similar organizations. High school students plan amazing and creative ways to raise funds and honors their Wish students, while local businesses and community members come together to help support the cause. I definitely encourage everyone to participate or go see a Wish Week. You will not have a dry eye the entire time. Douglas County School District is headed to the Pro Bowl. Legend High School senior Lucy Thompson and Mountain Vista High School senior Arena Kay will be competing in the Girls High School Football Showcase live on ESPN. Their team will be coached by Mountain Vista's very own Garrett Looney and Ken Ortega. Only 2 girls high school football players were selected from each state for this honor, and both of Colorado's girls came from DCSD. Way to go, Lucy and Ariana. The DCSD Spelling Place will take place on Saturday, February 7th at the Legacy campus. Also, a really fun event to attend. I'm really happy to be an attendee and not a participant. I'm not sure I could spell the words that these students are able to spell. Best of luck to all of our amazing spellers from across the district. The annual Girls and Women's in Sports Luncheon is happening on Friday, February 13th at the Legacy campus. This is always an inspiring event. We are so proud of our girls and women in sports and all of the work that it takes to do that. And so it's really lovely to have an event to celebrate them. And then finally, I just wanted to say a few words, as I know that immigration enforcement is a hot topic across our country, and we've received several questions here in Douglas County School District about our processes. The board just recently updated policy, and we've had guidance in place for the last year that we are resending out just to remind our principals and our staff that any agent, any federal or law enforcement agent that comes to any of our schools has to stop at the front office, and we always check with our legal department and to make sure that they have enforceable court orders before anyone is allowed passed into the school. So we have not had any challenges with that here in Douglas County, but we will be sending guidance out once again. And as always, the comfort and safety of all of our students is our priority in Douglas County School District. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, President Meek. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Never a shortage of wonderful celebrations to share. So with that, we are going to move into agenda item number 6, public comment. Public comment is an important part of the democratic process, and the board values hearing from our students, families, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker will have an allotted time of up to 3 minutes to address the board. Time will be monitored by staff using a timer. To support a respectful and productive environment, we ask all speakers to address comments to the board rather than to staff, individual audience members, or guests. Keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience, and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters which are more appropriate for executive sessions. Please be aware that public comments are public records. All board meetings are recorded and posted on the district website in accordance with open meeting laws. If you wish to keep personal information private, please do not include it in your comments. Board members do not respond during public comment portion of the meeting. Board-related matters may be followed up by the board president at a later time, and operational matters may be referred to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up. As we have no charter school renewal public commenters or student speakers tonight, we are going to start with our virtual speakers and then move to in-person. So first we have Carrie Schlachter. All right. Neither virtual speaker is online, so Mr. Blair, just let me know if they do appear. So we will move to our 2 in-person public commenters. We have Jennifer Iverson and then Sean Benson. Ms. Iverson.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Iverson, and I'm representing Douglas County Parents, a coalition dedicated to strengthening public education in our community. Right now, there are over 1,400 apartments under construction in Douglas County. Of those, only 101 are designated as affordable, and every single one of those is for seniors 55 and up. Where does that leave our younger teachers, our classroom aides, our bus drivers? Neighborhood and charter school staff are stretched thin, priced out, and struggling to make it work in one of the most expensive housing markets along the Front Range. When educators can't afford to live in the community where they teach, everyone loses. Our kids lose the stability of having teachers who are part of the neighborhood. Our teachers lose time and money on long commutes. The proposal to construct rental housing with preference for public school employees is exactly the kind of innovation solution we need. Thanks to new Colorado legislation, SB 25-167, this can be done legally without violating fair housing laws. The Douglas County Housing Partnership has already earmarked 2027 bond capacity for this project, and the pieces are in place. But timing matters, and a decision is needed in March, and urgency is appropriate. We're looking forward to seeing Douglas County and this school district work together to prioritize teachers and staff's access to affordable housing. We respectfully urge you to support the planned development, amendment, and work with the county to move this forward. This is about more than housing. It's about investment in the people who invest in our children every single day. We also want to acknowledge recent legal developments that affect our schools. On January 21st, the United States Department of Education dropped its appeal of a federal court decision that struck down attempts to withhold funding from schools with diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. The court found that the department had bypassed required rulemaking procedures and raised concerns about protecting educators' ability to teach and discuss important topics in their classrooms. This ruling affirms that while the federal government can advance policy positions, it must do so within statutory procedures and constitutional limits. For now, schools can continue their educational programs without fear of losing federal funding
15
over these
seconds
stories.
remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Sean Benson.
I'm a little tired. All right. Thank you for having this discussion and including the community in this very important policy decision regarding drug use in schools. What drug am I referring to, you might ask? The most addictive drug on the planet that transcends all races, nationalities, genders, and age groups throughout the globe, the smartphone. Chances are I'm the only freak here without a phone on them right now, so we got a pretty good idea what the policy is going to be when the addicts are in charge. Think about it. If the board members can't go without their drugs during this meeting, then what do you think the policy is going to be for others? And how much you want to bet the policy recommendation will include a QR code in it? That's right, parents. Pull out your digital crack pipe and get more info on our drug use policy for kids. I'm sure we'll hear all the excuses tonight that addicts make. It's a tool we use for learning and research. Right, because a 4-inch screen is the only way to look up anything anymore. You've already outsourced learning to Google Classroom and mandated that Google Chromebooks shall be the new teacher, so why shove another screen in their face? What if there's an emergency, like a school shooting? That phone could be the very thing that kills your child in that situation, because if there's a shooter looking for people hiding and they hear that familiar sound from a phone, you just gave away their location and made yourself and everyone around you the next target. Add to the chaos parents create by swarming the school to an already chaotic situation, and now the police have to take resources away from neutralizing the threat to deal with panicked parents, which will probably result in more fatalities. My child has a medical condition. Come on, did everyone with the same condition die at school 20 years ago? Here's my favorite though. They need to know how to use it after they graduate. One of the reasons this drug is so addictive is its ease of use. Any dum-dum can figure this thing out because the dealers made it that way. It's super intuitive and addictive, and that's how they create more customers. Children don't need phones no matter how much we think they do. We survived without them, and we had way less social issues than kids do today because we didn't have this drug. You want to lock in depression, create a monster, and increase the likelihood of teenage suicide? Give them a phone and watch the carnage unfold. We have collectively decided that things like alcohol, tobacco, guns, and marijuana are not for children. So why would we enable our kids to consume the most addictive and dangerous drug on the planet at school, even if it's just between classes? Are we going to allow smoke breaks too? You know why I can't hire any of the younger generation for my teams in aerospace? Because they can't handle being without their drug in a secure facility. It's a totally foreign concept for them to not have it with them all day, every day. And if you want to work on the really cool programs in aerospace, then you need to kick that drug habit because there's no Wi-Fi or Bluetooth allowed in the SCIFs. Get kids comfortable going an entire day without that dopamine hit and lead the way here in Colorado. Ban all drugs from all schools, bell to bell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. All right, we will move forward to adoption of consent agenda. That is item number 7. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. It's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? All right, roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson. Aye. And it passes 7-0. So now we are moving into agenda item 8. Let's see. Adoption of the joint motion agenda. And as you remember, several meeting minutes were pulled from this. So is there a motion to approve the minutes for the following meetings? December 13th work session, December 16th special meeting, and January 13th, 2026 work session.
Move to adopt those three meeting minutes.
Second. So we have, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Thompson that the board approve the minutes as listed. Any discussion?
Sorry. I'm going to abstain just because I wasn't present for January 13th and I don't know about those minutes, but that's the only reason I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker? Aye. Ryan?
Abstain.
And Director Thompson? Aye. All right, it has passed 6-0 with one abstention. All right, moving right along. We have the next item on our agenda. It's a 10-minute presentation, 10-minute Q&A on teacher and staff housing proposal. I will turn it over to Superintendent Kane.
Okay, for the teacher and staff, actually, I'm so sorry, President Meek, did we miss item 9.1?
I'm out of order. Yep, actually, I'm skipping around here. Thank you. Next item is the resolution authorizing conveyance of real property located at 11722 Drainsfield Road, Parker, Colorado, with a 5-minute presentation and a 5-minute Q&A. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And truly, in either case, I would like to introduce our Chief Operations Officer, Jackie Millay. She will give a quick overview of the real property. This is just a sale of our Dransfeld property, so I'll give her a moment to get up here.
Thank you. Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. Yes, we have a actually wonderful opportunity with our property at 11722 Dransfeld Road in Parker, Colorado, that has been on the market for a bit of time. The school district did receive an offer on this property last year or the year within the last 12 months. However, there was a zoning change tied to that property at the time. That zoning change was not permitted by the city, the town of Parker, so the parcel remained for sale. We now have a buyer that does not need a zoning change and can buy it. We have negotiated what we believe is a very fair price for the parcel, and we are respectfully requesting your permission to release the property for sale. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Millay. So I will open it up for any kind of clarifying questions. Director Thompson.
Do you mind just refreshing everyone the history of this parcel?
Yes, and I may be phoning a friend because my history is a little shorter than some. Thank you for that question, Director Thomas. So yes, this was a property that at one point was a facility that has now been replaced by our Park Glen Support Service building. So those kiddos and those support services were relocated, making the parcel, for all intents, obsolete and unneeded for district uses. So that is why the parcel is available.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, thank you. I should have grabbed it right away. Just to provide just a little bit more context, years ago we had what are essentially 2 trailers at this site in Dransfeld that had
that housed our Child Find program and one of our bridge programs for our students that are between the ages of 18 to 21. And we felt very strongly that our littlest learners and our most vulnerable oldest learners should be in a facility that was appropriate for them, which is why we purchased the building on Parkland Road that is now the Parker Student Support Services Center. So we have had this property on the market for a while that in order to help us pay for that Student Support Services Center in Parker.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. Any other, Director Geiger?
First of all, thank you. It's good to get this done. This is the conclusion of a process that started with the purchase of Park Glen. For those who do not spend time in Parker, this is now an industrial area next to auto repair shops and that kind of stuff. It was never a great facility. It became much worse as that environment changed. I don't think I overstated it when I said it was probably the least appropriate piece of property that we had children in the district, at least that I was aware of. So I'm very proud that we've been able to change that facility. And two, this is the final step in that. And given the issues with Parker and the zoning, I think we've reached a very good contract and a very good deal, and I appreciate the work that was done on it.
Thank you, Director Geiger. Any other clarifying questions before we vote? If there are no further clarifications, is there a motion?
Move to adopt the resolution.
Second.
All right, Director Geiger has moved and Director Callahan has seconded that the board approve the resolution. It's now open for discussion. Any discussion? All right, roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Thank you to staff. A happy aye.
So that was an aye, I believe. So thank you. That now passes 7-0. Thank you so much for all of the work on that. All right.
And if I may just say, it's our legal department, as always, does amazing work and amazing support for that initiative.
Thank you. All right, now to the item I was trying to skip to too quickly. So we will now go to item 9.2, teacher and staff housing proposal.
Well, you might have been previewing the skipping. Because we had so few public comments, we are quite a bit ahead of schedule, so the Shea folks are not here quite yet. So perhaps we could move to the next item and come back to their presentation when they arrive.
All right, seeing no objections to that, we will move forward to item 9.3, the charter renewal overview. We have a 2-minute discussion with Mr. Mosier, and I will invite him down to the podium. Mr. Mosier will give us an overview of the approval process, the policy, and setting the stage for voting on our charter school renewals, which are the next agenda items.
President Meek? Yes, just to introduce this topic really quickly. It is normally our process that our charter school renewals have in the past have been on our consent agenda. So I just want to reassure any of our charter school families that are watching or in the audience that the fact that they are on our regular agenda and not our consent agenda is not at all indicative of any concerns, just of process. So with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Mosier.
Good, thank you. Appreciate that, and just to reiterate again, the process that we've established here in Douglas County is outlaid pretty cleanly in policy LBDR-1 that talks about the relationships and the oversight that we have with our charter schools that we authorize here in the district. The process for our renewals is in alignment with state and national best practice. It includes numerous metrics, an annual site visit, accountability measures that are put in place to ensure that the school is operating efficiently with academics, governance, with their finances, and that they are operating with all scopes of the charter contract, as well as all aspects of state and federal law. So that begins when their contract is going to sunset. So the process for these schools began in March of 2025, when they initiated a letter to our staff saying that they intended to seek renewal with you to renew their charter contract. We then began an application process throughout the year. I do want to highlight we did go to a modified renewal for our charter schools who have been long-standing and in good standing in every area of that we measure for more than 2 renewal cycles. So we did have one school who was in that process and had a shorter renewal process. We will continue that, and I think that's been good as we move forward. We made a presentation. We had an outside evaluator come in and do a site visit in the fall. We brought all of that data and information to you in a presentation in December, and now we have made that recommendation for all 3 of those schools to be renewed for a term period of 5 years, which those resolutions you're voting on tonight.
Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions? Director Ryan.
This isn't a clarifying question, but I will take responsibility for taking this off of the consent agenda, not trying to stress anybody out, but more being in line with what our GP policies currently say consent agenda is for. Obviously, charter renewals is something that is exclusively the board's decision. I feel like we need to be on record making those votes, at least as our GP policies are currently. Hopefully later in this meeting that will change and we won't have to deal with this going forward. But just as it's written now, I think following that, we do need to have it off of consent agenda.
Director Thompson.
I just want to say thank you for pulling it off consent agenda, because as we know, that's been an issue that I've been having, being in alignment with our current policies. And so just making sure we stay true to that. So thank you.
Any other clarifying questions on the process before we move into the next item, which is actually the approval vote? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Mosier.
Thank you.
So our first renewal is approval of the Aspen View Academy.
Sorry, I forgot. I just wanted to say congrats again.
Big congratulations from the entire board. So is there a motion to approve the Aspen View Academy school renewal application?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Ryan and seconded by Director Thompson that the board approve the Aspen View Academy school renewal application. The motion is now open for discussion. Any discussion? Director Geiger.
Aspen View has clearly done everything we've ever asked for renewal. They deserve renewal. I did point out at their discussion, and they gave me some very strong responses, that they have struggled to make themselves available to multilingual students and to special education students. We've discussed with them their efforts to broaden that demographic and their hope to do that, and I appreciated their honest answers on that. I would urge approval of Aspen View, especially in consideration of those responses.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Director Ryan.
So I had the opportunity to visit Aspen View yesterday. One of the things that they focused on in the tour that I did was the support staffs that they do have available to students that have special needs. They have a great group of people working there to help those kids. I feel like they have the opportunity to take on more kids in their school. It's just a matter of the application process. And it is an absolutely gorgeous school. If you haven't had a chance to look at it, it is massive, and the students are served very well. I got to talk to a couple of the students, and they are very smart at that school. So it was great to talk to them and to visit the school.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, I will call roll then. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Right, the motion passes 7-0. All right, our next charter renewal is Hope Online School Renewal. Is there a motion to approve the Hope Online School Renewal application?
An enthusiastic motion to approve Hope renewal.
Director Geiger motioned. Second. And Director Denzler seconded that the board approve the Hope Online School Renewal application. Any discussion? Director Ryan.
I also got to visit Hope Online's Power Campus up in Denver yesterday. It was a little sad because they unfortunately called the school day, so I didn't actually get to see the students in the classrooms at Hope Online, but I got to meet most of the instructors and got to see them in action at the school and the wonderful things that they do serving a community I feel like that is very underserved in some places. And the fact that these kids have so much support and the success rate that Hope gives these kids that feel like they were probably put through the ringer. A couple of the folks that run that facility actually came through Hope Online. And so it's wonderful to see them giving back to the community that brought them to where they are as well.
Right, Director Parker? Oh, were you? I thought you were motioning.
No, but I respond to all the public comments, and so I wasn't here for public comment last meeting, but I watched them all, and it was just so wonderful to see all the people who took the time to advocate for their school. They're really making a good impact in their community. So I didn't say anything, but that was what I was thinking.
Director Geiger?
Since we're moving along well, Hope Online is an unusual addition to our district. Most of the kids that it serves don't technically reside in our district, but they are some of the children who need the most help in this state. I, for one, am very proud that we've chosen to give them a home. I think they get a great deal of support from our choice, and I think they benefit from that. I know that we benefit from helping every kid in this state, across the state. So I continue to be proud that Hope is part of our district.
I will chime in. I see Miss O'Mara up there. I've had the pleasure of visiting sites in the past, learning centers in the past. It's been maybe a decade actually since I've been to one, and they are pretty phenomenal. But I do know the graduations are just truly amazing to attend, and all of those stories. So any other, what was it?
I was saying that's a secret.
Yeah, Director Thompson
They're
and I
already
fight
filled.
for that one. All right, any other discussion before we do roll call? Okay, Director Callahan?
Aye.
Denzler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. Moving on to our next and final charter school renewal is the Parker Performing Arts School. Is there a motion to approve the Parker Performing Arts School renewal application?
So moved.
Director
Second.
Ryan. Okay, Director Ryan moved and Thompson seconded the approval of the Parker Performing Arts School renewal application. So with that, I will open the floor for discussion.
I will be abstaining from this vote for the only reason is I have a professional working relationship with the school social worker who's lovely, and I just want to just be upfront with that.
Thank you for disclosing that. Director Ryan.
And to complete the cycle, I did also visit PPA yesterday. Unsurprising that I got to look through some of their facilities and was very surprised by the things that they have to offer students. They have a new light board, and this is getting into the weeds with my history in the performing arts, but their new light board is more impressive than any light board that I've had the chance to work on. And I got really jealous of some of the kids that get to use that thing. So it was wonderful to get to tour their facility as well.
Thank you. Other discussion? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Denzler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Abstain.
Ryan?
Aye.
and Thompson.
Aye.
And the motion passes 6-0 with one abstention. All right, that actually gets us to recess. We are moving right along. Do we have? Oh, perfect. So our Superintendent Kane, are we ready to go back to item, what is it? Item 9.2, teacher and staff housing proposal?
Yes, we are. Thank you so much
Perfect.
for your patience. Chief Operations Officer Jackie Millay.
Again, thank you again for your patience. And our guests this evening thought that we were going to have a longer public comment, so they already apologized to me, and I'm sure they'll share that with you for showing up at the time we asked them to show up. So, once again, good evening. In 2023, the school board president, Peterson, invited Shea Properties to come present an opportunity to construct low-income housing at a dedicated school site in the Meridian Village. Since that time, and we heard in public comment this evening, state law has changed to allow a preference be given to public school employees with low-income housing. So, wonderfully, Shea Properties is here again this evening to discuss this current opportunity, and I would like to introduce Peter Colshaw. I think we'll be speaking first, and then he's going to introduce Mr. Eric Keacock. So with that, Mr. Colshaw, rarely do I get to introduce you.
Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for all you do for the kids in Douglas County. It's wonderful. I'm really the eye candy here. I'm the Executive Vice President with Shea. But Eric's going to give the presentation, so without that, I'll hand it over to him, but I'll be here for questions or comments if you need them later.
That doesn't work. You have to hold it. Have to hold it. Okay. Great. Well, and thank you, and again, our apologies for being on time but late for your agenda. So sorry about that. Just want to make sure, do I advance the slides or do I say next slide? Okay. Perfect. Now I'm just being hazed. Maybe?
Go ahead and say next slide.
Okay. You can just go to the next slide. Great. And as Peter said, my name is Eric Keacock. I'm a senior vice president. Work with Peter at Shea Properties. Don't want to spend a lot of time. I know that this presentation was in your packet, so I'll go through the presentation relatively quickly, and we want to mostly leave time for questions and discussion so that we can get to what's most important to the board members. But what I do want to cover today is a few of you know a little bit about us, but some of you probably don't know anything about us. So I want to talk a little bit about who Shea Properties is, tell the story of the school site parcel that we're here to talk about a couple of options that we've come up with, and then conclude with our requests. So next slide, please. Shea Properties is part of a family of companies that is under the J.F. Shea Corporation. It's actually a California-based company. First got its start here in Colorado in 1997 when Shea acquired Highlands Ranch and actually built out probably 80-90% of Highlands Ranch. And that was the first start in Colorado. Expanded its footprint in 2006 when Shea actually acquired Peter's predecessor company, which was the DTC Meridian company that was the original developers of the Denver Tech Center. We operate in all sorts of different asset classes. We do apartments, which is shown here today. We've built a little bit over 3,300 apartment homes. And one thing that we're very proud of is over 25% of those, about 28% of our apartment portfolio is income restricted affordable housing. So we've really tried to contribute to all ends of the housing need on the rental side of things. Next slide, please. We also operate in, as I said, other asset classes. We've done a lot of office construction. We've done retail centers, and we've done industrial, and that some of those statistics are in your packet. Next slide. And then what we're here to talk about a little bit more in detail today is we've actually done site development and infrastructure development for single-family home communities. We've done this for about 2,800 single-family homes across the metro region, the largest of which that we've done is the Meridian Village, which includes the school site that we're talking about today. Next slide, please. So Meridian Village was originally contemplated and was built. It was originally zoned for 2,500 single-family homes. We built just under that, and the development is now fully built out. It includes almost all single-family homes with just a very few rental apartments. I think we need to be on the next slide, sorry. There we go. Now we're caught up. So the development is fully built out, and the only remaining site that is left is what we call the school site. It's actually parcel 7 and is shown here. Next slide, please. And this particular parcel is zoned for some very specific uses. It was kind of a public use parcel that was set aside. The majority of it was set aside for an elementary school. The other uses are a fire station or a park. So apart from an elementary school, a fire station, or a park, nothing is allowed to be built on this unless it gets rezoned. Next slide, please. And this shows you just a little bit more of a breakdown of what, something's happened. Okay, no problem. There we go. Catch up. You get to see it twice. There we go, perfect. One back, if we could. Thank you, perfect. Yeah, so this shows a little bit closer up breakdown of that parcel 7. It's really segmented into 3 different parts. As I said, the majority of it, about 9 1/3 acres, is set aside for an elementary school. There was 2 acres that were set aside in the corner that was for a fire station. Several years ago, South Metro Fire did an analysis. They determined that they had other stations in the area that could serve the area, and so they released the site, and it went back to the Metro District to be added to the area that was available for a park. Next slide, please. And a little bit of history is that when we were doing the development, and there was the PD was being negotiated, which set up all of the zoning. At that time, the discussions with the school district were that when the community was 50% built out, an elementary school would be constructed. And that didn't happen. There may not have been a need for it, or I'm not sure kind of what led to that, but it wasn't built at the agreed upon time at a 50% development. And now the community is fully developed, and at least as far as we know, there aren't any plans for an elementary school on this site. So we started talk with the school district, as was mentioned a few years ago, about some alternative potential uses that would benefit both the community and the school district. Next slide, please. And this just shows where the parcel is kind of in relation to some other schools. We meant to get on here, but it dropped off at the last minute. Prairie Crossing Elementary School is the school that serves this area right now. And there's also an undeveloped site in Sierra Ridge. And then, as you guys know very well, the Ridgegate Elementary School is under construction, is targeted to open in 2027. Next slide. So we kind of thought through 3 different options that could potentially be used for this site, and I'll talk through those just really briefly. Next slide. So the first option is obviously just we could potentially go back in for a rezoning, add some additional density, and then just do a continuation of what we've already done throughout the community. We could add some additional single-family home lots and sell those to home builders to kind of round out and continue the community. That would require a rezoning, but it's something that we think we could potentially get done. Next slide, please. The other thing that we could do, and we've actually had a number of residents ask and request for this, is that there is an opportunity here for some retail. The nearest retail shopping center is about 2 miles away. It is actually quite a good site for retail. There's a lot of vehicles that pass by this intersection each day and would serve a need. Those of you that are familiar with Highlands Ranch, we actually did this in Highlands Ranch, where we partnered with the Metro District and did kind of a retail center park combination at Central Park. So we could potentially do that as well. Next slide, please. And then the third option, which is kind of what we're really here to talk to you about today, is there is an opportunity where we would be able to construct rental housing that is income restricted and is affordable, with a preference for public school district employees. This was, as was mentioned, this has been discussed several years ago. There were some questions, particularly this issue of how do we, ensure that public school employees get a preference for it. The laws changed that now allow that. So we believe that we can get that done. As you guys well know, there's a high need for this in the area. The area housing is quite expensive. Average home price in Meridian Village is $720,000. There are also relatively few options for 1 and 2 person households. Not a lot in the area, and not a lot of apartments that are under construction currently. There are some apartments being constructed, but very few of those are LIHTC income restricted housing, and the ones that are under construction are really not meant for this demographic. They're really geared towards seniors. Next slide, please. So as was mentioned, this opportunity is really kind of a number of stars have aligned that really make this a wonderful opportunity. And last year, the state legislature passed a law that basically exempted a preference for public school employees from fair housing laws. So we can now offer a preference for that. We have talked with Douglas County Housing Partnership, and they've earmarked their 2027 bonds for this particular project, should the board wish to move forward with it. And then we've also discussed this concept with Douglas County staff in terms of how we might go about the rezoning and amending the PD, which is the plan development, in order to allow this. So we think that there's an opportunity to get this done. Next slide, please. But I do want to impress that we do have a pretty short window of timing, and happy to answer questions about this. I wasn't going to go into the nuances and technicalities of affordable housing financing, which get quite convoluted and complex. But we do have an opportunity where this particular site was in an area that gets some additional funding. It fell out of that area in this calendar year, but in order to preserve this option, we submitted an application late last year, but that now puts this project on a time clock. And basically the basic premise is, if it's going to move forward, we have to submit a relatively detailed application in August, and then the project has to be under construction in 2027. We think we can get that done, but there is a significant amount of time and expense that goes into preparing that application. And so we want to make sure that we're on the same page before we really can push that into high gear. Next slide, please. So I would just wrap up with kind of our thank you for considering this, and then our request. I mean, I think we really have a very unique opportunity to do something really cool here, but these timing constraints are real, and we really do need a decision, if not beforehand, in no later than the end of March. And so we just respectfully request that if you are interested in moving this option forward of developing affordable housing with a preference for public school employees, that you would notify the county of that, and that you would help support our efforts in a rezoning to get it moving forward. And if you prefer one of the other options, or you think that's just too tight of a time frame, then we'd also request some feedback on that so that we can refocus our efforts. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, have a discussion. Peter, if I missed anything, you're... Okay.
No, great. Thank you so much for the presentation. No need to apologize. We are running way ahead of schedule here with 2 public comments, which I don't think has ever happened to this board before. So with that, thank you for coming back. We know it was 2023 when the original presentation happened to the board. We have 4 members on the board now who weren't able to hear the original presentation. So with that, I'll just open it up for questions. Director Ryan.
So for the PD amendment, if we just asked for an amendment to ask for, I don't know how it would be worded, but just the third option, would you support that, or would you want one that encapsulates all 3?
What we've contemplated and talked with the county staff about is a PD amendment that would just be focused on the third option. But the only way that they would move that forward is if they get official notice from the school district that they support that.
Thank you.
Director Geiger?
Okay. Essentially, as I read it, and if I'm incorrect, please tell me this. The first deadline is August of this year, but you have to have the county in line before you can even submit that.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it's not
basically
worth the time.
the details of the application are pretty involved. So you have to have the design far enough along that you have cost certainty, and so that takes quite a bit of expense on our side to develop it. We probably will put in, $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million into pre-design costs that get recouped when we close, but we're at risk for as we move that forward. Also, to have the application, it has to be zoned for that use. So we would have to go through and achieve our PD amendment prior to submitting that. And that also, isn't as expensive as the design, but it also involves a fair bit of cost in terms of making sure that the language is correct and doing the public outreach and all of that. So there's a tight time frame and a fair bit of expenditures on our part in order to get both the PD amendment done and the design far enough along that we can have a successful application.
Okay. The current title to this land is with the Douglas County.
Correct.
Is there a provision that says that if we support this proposal and the county agrees with the development, is it guaranteed that it comes to Shea, or does it then have to go to a bidding process? Do you have a provision in the transfer that says it comes back to Shea? I assume you're the one who gave the district or submitted that to the county to begin with.
Yeah, correct. I don't know if you want to.
I just want to make sure that if we approve this, that it's then not up to the next highest bidder.
Yeah, my understanding is that what would be needed is basically a formal letter from the district to the county saying that they support this, and then I don't know in terms of if there's any other language or anything that would require that, but in practicality, the way that it works is that we're the developer under the PD, so we're the only ones that can amend the PD to allow for the use. So I think it would be very difficult for anybody else to achieve this. Obviously, we would double check just to make sure that we aren't getting afoul of any other county requirements or anything like that, but in practicality, that's how it would play out, I think, unless you have any.
The other part to this is the site that isn't controlled by Douglas County is controlled by the Metro District. And so we have set aside funding to do a park, quite a nice park, in concert with whatever we do with this piece of ground. So, and that will require, I think, some changes to the lot lines and that kind of stuff. So it's more complicated than just affordable housing.
Okay. And it just happens to be I drive past that spot every day on my way to work in Parker. And I actually drove around it last night. It's not like some of our unused spots that clearly is being used as a park or whatever, although there's clearly some bike riders who use that spot on a regular basis. But have you done any outreach through the Metro District to the community there?
I'm sorry?
Have you talked to the neighbors?
We've not done the public outreach other than there's a Metro District board that is public from Meridian Village, and we have talked to them. And that's where actually one of the suggestions for retail came from them, not from us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a way, although they're building retail at Ridgegate, but that's still 2 or 3 miles away.
Right.
So, how many, can you even guess, and if you can't, tell me, how many affordable units do you think you could put on this spot?
I think last time we planned it was about 125 apartments.
Okay. All right.
That may be ambitious because it's very topographically challenging.
I'm not a developer. You think you can do it? I'll trust your judgment on that. What is affordable housing?
Well, it's a 60% LIHTC, so what that means it's basically restricts the amount of income you can make to 60% of the surrounding area, simplistically, which means that they're income qualifying and that these people need to be able to afford to live in these apartments. Roughly speaking, why don't you give some?
Yeah, so basically in this area, to qualify at that level, one person, the income is $58,860. If you're a two-person household, it's $67,000, and if you're three people, then it's $75,000. So if you're a couple with a child, then you're in the three-person category. And then basically you pay then rent that is, capped at essentially a certain level. There's some nuances to it, but those are the income qualifying levels. And I didn't have time to kind of go into it, but we've done in the area that we've already done 4 affordable housing projects in the main Meridian, and then we have also done some in Highlands Ranch and up in the Tech Center. So we've been through the income qualifying and have done all of that, and we know that there's a high demand for it in this area.
Okay. I was going to ask, do you have any problem renting those?
No. I mean, there's across the whole metro area right now, you probably read in the papers a little bit. I mean, vacancies are higher right now based on kind of, overbuilding or a glut of building that all kind of happened within the same time frame. But historically, our properties, affordable properties in particular, have stayed very, very full, and there's a high demand and a high need for this type of a product.
Thank you. I'm
Okay,
somewhat
I'm
embarrassed
gonna-
that our starting teachers meet low-income designation.
All right, I know Director Parker has a question. I have a question. Do any other directors have questions? Because we're Director Callahan. So why don't you go first, Director Parker, and then Callahan.
Yeah, so my first question is, what will this mean for the district? And so just for the people listening in, if we say yes, what does that mean for Douglas County, our responsibility? What are our next steps? And then if we say no, what would that mean for the district?
Sure. I mean, I can take a shot at it. I mean, I think for the district, what it means is if you said yes, I mean, the first thing, as we talked a little bit about, would be notifying the county that you wanted this to move forward. After that, I don't see that there's any ongoing obligations from the district, from the school district. What you do receive is then you would receive kind of a general public benefit in additional affordable housing in the community. And then we would work very closely with either the board directly or staff on how we structured the preference for public school employees so that we can make sure that the two things that we want to make sure is that public school employees would have a first shot at any of the units that are available, but because of the tax credit and equity partners and debt partners that we're going to have on the project, they have to have assurance that we can rent it if there isn't a demand for it among a current employee. So we would work with staff on exactly how that got structured, but I don't see that as being a big hurdle at all, and I don't see any ongoing obligations for the district itself. The land would essentially be released and allowed to be used for this alternative use in exchange for the benefit that the district would get for its employees.
Okay, so no more responsibilities on our end?
No.
And then if we said no, what would happen?
I mean, I think if you said no, I don't know what we would do is then kind of start refocusing our efforts maybe on some of those other options. But it would really be, I think it would, essentially be what it is now. I know that at some point in time there are some reversion provisions and other things, and I'm just not familiar with that. I don't know if you have any other flavor.
Yeah, I think the reality is that the neighbors, Meridian Village is really nice, and I think this is kind of just a brown patch of grass that's not serving any purpose. So there's quite a lot of public pressure mounting to do something with this. So I think that is the downside.
Yeah, just curious.
Okay, Director Callahan.
I think you covered it, but my question was really around how educators or public school folks would be given preference to the properties, and it sounds like that would be worked out with the district.
Yeah, I think there's some details there to be worked out, but the general framework that I would see would be that, during lease up, and if we ever, and then if we had a vacant unit at some point, there would be some time period where it would be available and there would be a preference for a school district employee, whether it's, waiting until 2 applications come through at the same time and the preference is given to the employee, or whether there's a specific time frame in which it's held just for an employee, and if that doesn't materialize, then it gets released to somebody else. We'd have to kind of work out those details, but that's sort of how I see it, as a time period in which it would be available for an employee, and if it didn't get rented in that time period, then the search would be broadened to other income qualified folks.
I think our intent would be to fill this with Douglas County employees. The other thing we can do is target the marketing earlier, so they have an earlier view into what's available, which I think would be a significant factor.
Great. I think my question was around Superintendent Kane, do you have a feel for the need? Like, do you have a sense of what public school employee need might be in this area?
Thank you so much for the question. First of all, gentlemen, thank you so much for presenting to our Board of Education tonight. I know you have been waiting in the wings for a while. I did have an opportunity to tour a product of theirs a while ago, probably a year ago, maybe a couple of years ago, and it is a very, very nice, the apartments are nice. They're extremely nice finishes, really well done. The one I toured had a dog wash and a beautiful playground, and a dog wash, don't we all need one of those? To answer your question, President Meek, in terms of our school district's need, certainly to have affordable housing that is set aside specifically for school district employees would be a benefit and would help us attract teachers, but more than just teachers, our education assistants, our bus drivers. As you all know, somewhat personal to me is I have a daughter who is an education assistant in our district and couldn't possibly afford to live in Douglas County. So it would definitely be a benefit to our employees to help us attract and retain employees. We do not currently have we're very blessed to not currently have a significant number of teacher openings to where we're in a desperate position, but it would be a benefit to our current and future employees. So
that's helpful, thank you. I think my second question was around, what does public outreach look like? Like, if we were interested in moving forward, how do you gauge the interest of the Meridian community?
I think when we've done any rezonings, we're fairly prescriptive on that. And there would be public meetings. We would seek input from the various constituents, both north and south within Meridian Village and adjacent properties. We're pretty good about reaching out. We have a consultant that just does that, and that's all they do. And so we would want to respond to the needs and thoughts of the community, and we've done that consistently.
Thank you. Other directors? Director Thompson?
I don't actually have a question. I just wanted to thank you guys for being here and for your approach to inform us of this option and doing such a great job answering our questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
For having us. Can I have one more question?
Sure, Director Geiger?
I can't remember. Is this Lone Tree, Parker, or unincorporated?
Unincorporated Douglas County.
So it's, you're, okay. Yep. A little easier dealing with those than the very methodical planning department at Parker.
No comment.
Did you? All right, Director, yes, Director Parker.
With this, the income restrictions, I'm sure they are kind of in place beforehand. What would happen if a teacher was in the middle of a school year and got married and no longer qualified, or got a raise that bumped them up and it was the middle of the school year? How would that work?
Yeah, the way that I'll answer it from 2 standpoints. One is the income qualifying, and the way that the income qualifying works is you have to income qualify when you first move into a unit, but then there isn't any penalty if you're fortunate enough to have your salary go up. So if you do move units within the facility, you have to re-income qualify again. But there is not a provision that if your income goes up, that you then have to vacate the property. And then in terms of what if they were no longer working for the school district, we wouldn't structure it such that you had to work for the school district to live there. As I was talking about, we would give a preference in some manner for them to be able to move in there, and then if something changed, then they would not have to move out. Again, if they were trying to move a unit or something like that, they would no longer have that preference, but they would still be qualified.
We actually had one of our senior affordable apartments, a couple fall in love and get married, move in together, doubled their income, and they could still remain.
Cute. All right, Director Callahan.
Can I call the question?
Yeah, there is no question. So this was just a conversation. So I think everyone has had a chance to ask their questions. I just want to reiterate, thank you so much for the work on this. Affordable housing is a top issue across the state, if not the nation. So we really appreciate all of your work in bringing this back to us. And with that, Superintendent Kane, is there anything further?
Yes, just in terms of a question, there's certainly no vote needed tonight. This is an info only. But if there's sort of a general consensus that this is something of interest to the board, then staff would need to get some more details and information to provide to all of you, and then something put on a future agenda in order for there to be an actual vote.
So I will open it up to see if there's consensus that this is something worth moving forward to a future agenda item for us to actually take action.
I certainly believe so.
Yes, I would support
Yeah,
it as well.
I see. So I think, is that enough, Superintendent Kane, for moving forward? Okay. And I do think we'll probably have a lot of questions that will need to go into a memo probably prior to that. But thank you again for the presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. And with that, I think we are at the next item, which is recess. Again, we're running ahead. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess and then come back. So it's 6:36. Let's make it 6:46. We will reconvene. Our next item is the enrollment forecast with a 15-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to introduce Director of Planning, Siobhan Caldwell, to give this presentation. And COO Malaya and I are here for any questions along with Siobhan that you have at the end. Thank you, Siobhan.
Hello, directors. We said 15 minutes, but I think I can get through this in about 5 to 7 minutes, so we'll continue to run ahead of time. So just an agenda here, what we're going to look at tonight. We're going to go over the district-wide forecast, start with that, compare it to year-over-year stats, so the 2024 pupil membership count versus this year's membership count. The district forecast by program type, level, and feeder. We're going to look briefly at the school consolidation impact, how we accounted for that in forecast, looking at open enrollment numbers. And we also looked at the last year's count versus this year's count to kind of give us some insight into what was happening amongst those consolidated schools. And then appendices for reference, if you guys would like to dig into it, we can talk about the methodology that we use, what data sources we use, special considerations with the planned school openings, the consolidations, the migration of 6th grade, how we accounted for that in forecast, and then we can look at our accuracy of what we forecasted last year versus this year's count. So this is a total of all enrollment in the district. This is historic versus projected. We are projecting about a 1% decline. That's what we've seen in the previous 5 years, other than our COVID year, where we saw almost a 6% decline, which was not unusual for districts across the state or the nation. That is typically what we've seen, anywhere from about a 0.5% to 1.5% decline per year. These numbers are from the pupil membership count. We count the exact same kiddos to have a apples-to-apples comparison in our forecast. So that would include all primary enrollment at neighborhood schools, magnets, Hope on all of our charters, DCSD authorized charters, Cloverleaf, EDCSD, and then all of our alternative secondary high schools are included in that count. And then PK as well, although I know PK enrollment fluctuates quite a bit, we use the PK total from the annual October membership count. So this is just to give context as to why we are forecasting what we're forecasting. We align it with what we see historically. So this is a table showing the deltas and the total deltas and the percent deltas from the 2023 to the 2024 count. And then I'm gonna put this in here. Or not. And the 2024 to the 25 count. So the vast majority of our enrollment is in our neighborhood schools, about 70% of our enrollment. That's really what's driving the overall trends. And we saw about a 2% decrease from 23-24 and a very similar decrease in our neighborhood schools from last year to this year. And charters, we saw a 1.8 no, I'm reading that wrong, about a 3% increase this year compared to a 5% increase from 23 to 24. And then again, showing how that year over year and those historical trends informs our projections moving forward. This chart is just a breakdown of what we're projecting for district operated and managed programs and enrollment versus district authorized charter enrollment. And we are predicting that that trend will continue. At the beginning of this chart, in 2020-21, we had about a 24% share of charters, and we are looking currently at about a 29%, and we are projecting out to 2030 that that will increase to about a 30% charter share. Looking at just our neighborhood schools, breaking down by level, trying to identify trends. It was interesting that the middle school decreased quite a bit less than last year. That is just, we looked at that, and that is just a large cohort rolling through last year in comparison to this year. So that decreased to a 3.27 decrease to about a 0.5% decrease this year. But in general, we're looking at about the same trends that we saw from 23-24. Total numbers were decreasing about the same amount of enrollment, but we are decreasing at a slower rate, so that's good news. And then looking at neighborhood enrollment by feeder, we declined across the board in all but 2 of our feeders. We saw an increase in enrollment in Rock Canyon feeder, and I was desperately trying to identify what that was before the meeting, so I can follow up with that. And then the Thunder Ridge feeder, we saw an increase of 35 students, and that is solely the growth from the Solstice and Sterling Ranch developments. And then looking at this, this chart shows current enrollment, the totals from the 2025 count versus projected totals in 2030. We are projecting decreases across the board. This is looking at all DCSD operated enrollment. So just to give a feel for where we're identifying larger decreases than the others, on trend with previous years, we're seeing larger declines in our North Planning area as those neighborhoods age out. Douglas County High School feeder, let me find that, is projected for growth. That makes sense. A lot of housing developments in that area are through their entitlements, and they'll come to fruition over the next 5 years. And other than that, we are decreasing declines, smaller in the East Planning area than in the North Planning area. And then looking at the school consolidations and how we accounted for this in forecast, what you're looking at in this chart is the total of open enrollment requests in first round open enrollment of this year. And I wanted to remind everybody that this is total number of applications, not total number of students. You can apply for multiple schools. So on the far right-hand side, you have the total number of students that this represents. And then we took a look at where they're requesting to go by those school consolidations. I'll let everybody look at that and absorb that chart. And then this data is very similar, but showing just a little bit different data. What we did is we identified the cohort that attended Acres Green in 23-24, and then we looked and said how many of that cohort remained at Acres Green or Heritage or Saddle Ranch. And we tried to see if we could see any trends, any increases following the consolidations in comparison to the previous year. And you could see that Saddle Ranch was a identifiable trend where we did see an increase in those not following their cohort the following year. And then the bottom chart is looking at the total percentage of eligible students that reside in that school's attendance area versus the proportion of those that are choicing out. So the number of students that are eligible to attend Acres Green or Heritage or Saddle Ranch that do not attend those schools. And we looked at that same data year over year, trying to identify a difference between 23-24 to 24-25 and then to the following year. And you could see that there is a trend there that we identified at Saddle Ranch. So we did incorporate this data into projections. We also just looked at the 24 versus 25 count. You could see these trends, and they were accounted for. I think the board might remember that we originally calculated a 50%, I hate the word leakage rate, or a 15% amount of enrollment that would not follow their cohort. And we are seeing that that seems to be about accurate. It's a little bit less. We're identifying about 10%. So, and that's all I have. And then if there are any questions about methodology or accuracy, we can look at those.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the presentation, and I know this is such an important topic for us. Enrollment forecasting is such a critical tool for us with planning and staffing and sustainability of programs, so thank you very much. I will open it up for questions. Director Geiger.
Slide 10, the open enrollment out of the consolidated schools. When you say charter, is that district charter or any charter?
That is district authorized charters. We do not have access to non-district authorized charter enrollment numbers.
All right, because particularly the Acres Green cohort has a non-district charter in that neighborhood, correct?
I'm trying to think of the one, if we don't.
Ascent.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and we don't have a good sense of who might be going there yet, or if we know.
No, not geographically. I'm sorry, Superintendent Kane. We do not. CDE has total numbers, not very sporadically. They don't regularly provide, so we take what we can get to incorporate into projections.
And is it fair to say that a lot of those Saddle Ranch neighborhood ES, as I understand, Stone Mountain had a increase in enrollment this year? Fair to say those two factors might be related?
That is correct. We did identify that trend and accounted for it in projections.
As a matter of fact, as I recall, we thought that that might be a positive benefit of the consolidation, is that Stone Mountain needed some enrollment as well.
That we didn't lose them to another district, for sure.
Thank you. Okay. When is this is an open enrollment for 25-26. When is the open enrollment window for 26-27?
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, so this is the these are the applications that were put in round one that is occurring this school year for the 26-27 school year, and there will be a second round. So it's too soon to say yet how all of these numbers will land, but we feel really good about where they are at round one. And as Ms. Caldwell said, this is very much what we predicted as far as our student open enrollments, and in particular, as you said, the Saddle Ranch students that chose to go across Wildcat to Stone Mountain.
I just want to add, and for those of you who do not skip ahead to the accuracy methodology, our planning department, I'm always impressed by the level of accuracy. It's generally across the board about 1% that we're off one way or the other.
Yeah.
While that varies by schools, we get excellent prediction data from your department, and I just want to indicate how appreciative I am of the work necessary to do that.
Thank you. We were spot on with neighborhood schools. I don't know if you saw to the exact number, so proud of that.
Other questions? Director Thompson?
Thank you for the presentation. So we saw that the percentage of students that are going to be selecting charter schools, the projection is it's going to be around 30% in 5 years. And is it fair to say that part of that is because in some of the areas where there are growth, it's being absorbed by new charters?
I think what I can say is that all of our charters remain fully enrolled, and that's a trend that we have seen in the past and continue to forecast. And then we take into account what we know of currently expanding charters. So the only one right now in our projections model would be Lehman Bayou Gulch. And we have 1 year of data for them, but we work as closely as we can with them to identify how they're going to expand their enrollment out over the next 5 to 7 years. So I would say that the trend is more our charters remain fully enrolled, and our expanding charters are expanding as they've projected and shared with us, is what you're seeing behind that trend.
Thank you. I think that's a helpful way to word it. I guess what I was trying to get at was it's not there's a sudden drop in people going to neighborhood schools is there's more charter options. There's just more choice in general, so.
That's correct, yeah. There's charter our overall enrollment is slightly declining, and if charters remain fully enrolled, you are going to see that percentage in total exacerbated in the DCSD operated totals.
Thank you.
Having attended all of the, or most of the school consolidation meetings and listening to families, I heard specifically from families that they felt like a charter option would be more secure because the board really only looks at neighborhood schools for consolidation purposes, and I think the psychology behind that plays into this a bit. I know we will receive a phase 4 analysis for the school pairings and consolidations. What's the time frame that we're thinking that would be available to the board?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We certainly have to let the time go by in order for us to have some kind of post-analysis. So we would need to see how next school year actually lands, give our families a chance to experience that year. So I would say by the fall of, I have to do a lot of math, by the fall of 27, 28, we should have some pretty good before and after data comparisons.
Thank you. Other questions? Wow. All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation. This was really helpful. Okay. The next section is we're entering our policy governance section with the first item being community connections update. And with that, Director Densler.
Thank you so much, Director Meek. Community Connections is the board's program to essentially create ownership linkage, excuse me. So it is important as the board to remember that ownership linkage is one of the 3 primary ways we contribute to our community. It is a hands-on job that we cannot delegate to staff because we need to hear from our moral owners directly without any information being filtered or edited. While our superintendent and staff are busy connecting to those we directly serve, like students and families, one of our roles as a board is to connect with our community owners to understand their long-term and big picture values. This input is what allows us to decide what human needs this organization should meet, who the beneficiaries should be, and what those results are worth. This is why the community meetings that we host and will host over the next 2 months are so critical to our governance. These connection opportunities allow us to move beyond simple discussions aimed at quick decisions and instead engage in true dialogue to understand the deep-seated beliefs our community holds about our future. These meetings are a chance to reach beyond those who are routinely active, whether in public comment, online, or in our inboxes, and gather input that truly reflects the diversity of our entire community. As we head into these sessions, our goal is to ask the right questions, ones that force people to think like owners rather than customers, focused on their own individual needs. We must be careful not to get pulled into discussing operations, but instead keep the focus on shaping our ends policies. Finally, remember that this is a loop. We have a moral responsibility to communicate back to these community owners how their values are actually shaping our decisions. And if we do not close that loop, we risk losing their trust and turning off the flow of useful information. With that said, our first Community Connections meeting of 2026 will be with the leaders from the local mental health community on Wednesday, February 25th. In March, we will have 2 Community Connections meetings with district staff. Additionally, going forward, we will provide regular updates on takeaways from Community Connections at board meetings and highlight implications for board ends.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Director Densler? That was really helpful, a nice overview and preview of the meetings that we have coming up. So, Director Thompson.
I'm just curious, I really liked the point that you made about, revisiting and sharing how the feedback has shaped either decision-making or has influenced us. In what ways, have you thought of any ideas of what ways that might look? Is it
Okay, apologies. No, I think that's a really great question. I think that to some extent this will be an iterative process because there's a learning curve as a new board member, but I really want to standardize, as I said at our study session, I really want to standardize the report layout that is produced from each of these community connections, and then make sure that they're easily accessible on our website, which I do believe previous community connections notes are still available for the public. I want to make sure that the public knows where to go to find these things. Again, I want to standardize the format for these reports just to make them easily digestible. And then I think we had talked about, although I'm not sure any decisions had been made, about having a standing board agenda item for that feedback. I am open to any other suggestions, though.
Just to confirm, it is the plan to have a check-in at every meeting so we can touch base on any conversations that we've had. So that's kind of a standard agenda item. Any other questions? This was our standard check-in, first time, and thank you so much, Director Dinsler, for all of that.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll move forward to our next, hopefully standard item, especially through the legislative session. This is our legislative update section where I will turn it over to Directors Geyer and Thompson for the update.
Thank you very much. The legislation session has started. I hope you're all getting your Fast Democracy report. And again, if you have any questions or concerns, please contact me and I'll get them passed on to the appropriate people. For the first time in a long time, a legislator has moved the School Finance Act to the front of the line rather than to the back of the line. Usually that gets wrapped in with all the discussion about the overall budget. Senator Kirkmeyer has tried to move that forward. CASB has supported that, as have we. We've taken a position of support that because that way we're not picking up the crumbs at the end. How far that will go or whether or not that's going to be approved of by the legislature, we don't know. Our bill, which is about individualized readiness plans, has been assigned to the Education Committee and will be set for, we hope, hearings in the near future. There's a lot of work being done to stakeholder that further. There's a couple others that we are keeping an eye out for. As we discussed before, as the superintendent told us, the governor had proposed taking the essentially automobile registration tax, rolling that into our overall allotment from the state, therefore reducing the money to us. That has not been introduced as a separate bill. The Joint Budget Committee does not seem particularly favorable to that, but that will be a discussion that will continue and our lobbyists are continuing to look at. Couple of others that are not directly related. If you have any other issues about what's noted and we're looking at, you can see that. There is another housing development bill coming in, but that would only apply to land that we actually own. That would allow school districts, among others, to build housing on that. That made some progress last year. It's been amended to deal with some of the problems there. So that has some chance of going forward. There are a couple other bills that might affect us, but likely will not get very far. We're looking at a biliteracy, there's a bill about a biliteracy program for high school students. We already do that. And so we're monitoring that bill to see how it would impact what we actually do and how it might affect that. A couple other bills that are not directly related to us, but that we might think about. One is that Representative Marshall has indicated to us that he'll be supporting a bill with Senator Baisley to make all school board elections in districts of over 6,500 students, so other words that are not defined as rural, that's where that number comes from, would have to elect board members by district rather than countywide. I personally am not sure that the board as a whole should take a position on how we get elected, since there are individual issues there, but that's something we're going to have to look for. It hasn't been introduced yet, so we haven't taken a formal position. So I'll just kind of keep you updated on that, but I don't know that that's as I said, I think that may be more of an individual position. One other, and I'll perhaps let Director Thompson address this more, is Commissioner Layden is very strong on a bill, Senate Bill 15, that is important to him, that addresses minimum sentencing and some really good statutory cleanup language regarding economic misuse of children, what in the past has been called child prostitution, which is of course a misnomer for what actually happens, child trafficking. And he pointed that out, and that's an important one to him. I think he had that discussion with Director Thompson. That's not the kind of thing we generally get involved with. It has strong bipartisan support from some very strong leaders in the legislature. We've asked our lobbyists to look into whether that might be something that we look further into, but I would defer to Director Thompson if she had anything more on that.
No, I appreciate that. I think that was adequate update.
Otherwise, we'll be coming back to you regularly. I do the CASB call every other Friday with their positions. Also, 3 of us will be attending Directors Meek, Denzler, and I will be attending and with the assistance of Superintendent, or the accompaniment of Superintendent Kane, we'll be at the National School Board Association Advocacy Institute starting Sunday. The schedule is Sunday and Monday are sessions. Tuesday is scheduled for us to go to the Hill and meet leaders. That depends on when they're willing to schedule with us. We're still waiting for a couple to get back to us. And it depends on if the federal government is running next week, which we had been assured was probably going to happen, and then recent events may be delaying some of the other bills. So whatever it is, there are 2 days of sessions that I think are very important for advocacy. And if the Congress is in session, we'll have a chance to meet with, I think, 7 of our House representatives, and 1 of our senators has gotten back to us with communication. We're waiting for the other senator, and we've not yet heard from Congresswoman Boebert. We're hopeful that she'll get back to us.
Director Thompson?
Thank you for the update, Director Geiger. So I wanted to bring back to the board that I would like to step away from serving as a liaison, as a legislative liaison. And I know that when we had this conversation in December, that this was something Director Denzler had expressed interest in the communication, or when we were all talking about it, and then was kind enough to allow me to serve in the role. But I would like to step back and bring it to the board to open it back up to identify a second liaison.
Director Denzler, would you be interested in fulfilling that liaison role?
At this time, I would, yes.
All right, seeing no objections, I think we thank you for stepping into that. You know, the Rep. Marshall bill I find really intriguing. Currently, the way I understand, a district can choose to change its representation, so the board could choose to do what he is proposing, and then it goes to the voters for a vote. So a district always has that capacity to ask the local voters if they want to change the way they elect board directors through that vote. What this bill is proposing, and I have to admit I have not read through it, I don't have the details. I find it really interesting and fascinating, and something that I've always thought would be potentially worth doing. When you run as a board director and you have to go across the whole county, the costs of that campaign is significantly different than running a campaign that is within the director district that you are representing. I might be biased. Like when I first ran for the board in 2011, I actually won my district, but I lost the whole at-large vote. And I think I raised $2,000. It was under $2,000 when I ran that campaign versus my opponent that had, I don't know, 15,000. I don't know how. It was a lot more. So I do think it's something maybe worth researching and seeing if it feels like something we might want to support once we have all of those details. And so just kind of wanted to flag that. I found it to be a really intriguing idea. Really looking forward to the NSBA Advocacy Institute. I've never attended this. I have been told in past years where there have been shutdowns that the legislators are still there and those meetings have happened. So I'm really hopeful that that is the case if there is a shutdown. And then the only other thing I would share, Student Day at the Capitol here in Colorado, where we have Douglas County students sign up, is February 12th. And so I would encourage any board directors that might want to attend that day to actually reach out to Shauna, our board secretary, to get registered. It is such a phenomenal time when you go down to the Capitol with the students. The legislators go out of their way to make the students feel special, meet with them, talk about the legislative process. And one of the students last year is now serving as a page at the Capitol this year. And so it's a really pretty spectacular opportunity. So
If I forgot one thing. There is, CASB, the Colorado Association of School Boards, is having a legislative reception Wednesday night. Well, they will be honoring our own Representative Hamrick for her extensive work for education in the legislature. I will be attending at the Brown Palace. I'm sure you're all jealous. But there is quite a selection of legislators that will be there to talk about education policy.
Great. Any other questions during our legislative update related to that? Seeing none, I will move us forward to item 10.3, Board of Education Planning Calendar Approval. So before we take action on the Board of Ed Planning Calendar, I want to briefly frame why this matters. And at our January 13th work session, the board discussed how our calendar should do more than just list out meetings. We talked about how it's really meant to help us prioritize the work that we will do throughout the year. And the updated calendar that's on the screen here and posted, it really aligns our work to the types of responsibilities that the board holds, and with an intentional emphasis on what's called the ends work, which is what Director Dinsler was talking about. It really is what we're here to achieve for students. And all of that work is really prioritized on the calendar by showing up in the very first columns on the left. So it reflects our commitment to continuous improvement by having the other areas where we're focusing on monitoring and self-evaluation. So it's really helping us stay focused on continuous improvement as well. And based on the board discussion on priorities at the January 13th work session, the calendar's been updated to reflect the items that were prioritized at that meeting to be on the calendar in the near future. There were also a list of items that were identified under the board priorities conversation that really turned into board education items that are not yet calendared. Those items have, again, they have not been added to the calendar yet. I wanted to raise this for board conversation here. My recommendation would be that those remaining items would be provided to the superintendent for classifying the best way to help educate the board. Some of them may be a board memo, some of them may be a board work session or a study session. And so the superintendent can take a look at those items and then come back to us with her recommendation and also the amount of work that it might take for various items so that we as a board can then go to that next level of prioritizing what we're going to put on the calendar. So I just wanted to open that up to the board to see if everyone is amenable to pushing our priorities forward in that manner at this time. Is it deep thinking or agreement? Director Thompson.
Just thinking for future planning, when we're prioritizing items and how that process will look like as new priorities arise and how often we would like revisit this. I know beginning of the year it's done, and then, you know, we're making modifications now, but just some thoughts on what that would look like.
Are there recommendations for how we do that? New board, new opportunities to design how we, you know, want to tackle that. Director Thompson.
So I was thinking maybe we have scheduled priority discussions where at least we know that, hey, we have time set aside to kind of have, because I felt like that was a really helpful conversation that we had. So that might be useful.
Are we thinking maybe quarterly? Does that feel like the right time?
And then I would say maybe for something that comes up that's more timely, we just go through our typical process of requesting an agenda item to the board president, and then having, you know, talk about during agenda planning.
I see head nods. And so, and to clarify it for the public, this is a year-long calendar that you're seeing of all of those things that we know we need to accomplish. I think we're seeing that our time is eaten up pretty quickly with everything that we must do. And so it doesn't mean that new items cannot be added, and things come up all the time. And that's really where this agenda that we're looking at kind of forms the basis for the planning meeting that takes place. And when that planning meeting happens, for each meeting, we always have the opportunity to add any items that come up in our priorities. And sometimes we have to shift even other things based on the changing environment. So I think what you recommend makes a lot of sense. Director Thompson?
I also just want to say thank you again for building this out and building it out in this way. It is really helpful to just kind of see what's already there. Are we thinking that, or I'm curious, when you were building this out and mapping it all out for us, what challenges did you come across? Like, do we have enough board meetings?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I don't know if I have the answer. I think we have enough board meetings to accomplish what you see. We have other items that have been brought forward as potential items that are not calendared, and I think those probably would require additional meetings potentially. I did forget to say, one of the requests was the dyslexia simulation, and I did reach out to see if that could be added to our February 17th special work session that we did add, and they are available for that. So wanted to see if the board wanted to confirm that there's an interest in having the dyslexia simulation that would start the beginning of the meeting that we then go into. I see lots of head nods. Okay. So that is one board education item that came up that I was going to suggest that we move forward. So we, as a board, also will need to approve our meetings for next year. And so I am not 100%. The number of meetings we have this year has been scaled back pretty significantly from prior years. I mean, if I look at 4 years ago, it was double the meetings to what we have now. I don't think we want double the meetings. I think we want to be efficient and effective with our time. And so at this point, I don't think we need to add more meetings for next year, but I think we need to kind of, as a board, decide, are there areas where we really do want to emphasize our work and time, and then that may increase the number. Does that make sense? Okay. Thank you for the long conversation on this. It did take quite a bit of work to reformat it, but I think it makes sense with how we want to focus our time and priorities. So with that, is there a motion to approve the 2025-26 school year Board of Ed planning calendar?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so Director Callahan moved and Director Thompson seconded the motion. So the motion's now open. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Roll call, Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
And Thompson?
Aye.
Great. The motion passes 7-0. Now we are moving on to, let's see, the policy governance book. All right, another big project. So item 10.4 is the policy governance book updates. And so the edits before us tonight are the result, again, of the board's recent and ongoing self-evaluation conversations. And it's really intended to strengthen how we govern, particularly around agenda integrity, officer roles, unity of control, et cetera. So as we discuss this item, I really do encourage everyone to think about, do these changes strengthen the clarity within the policy, the governance process policies, strengthen the discipline and the alignment to how we really wish to govern? And honestly, that's what healthy governance looks like. We take time, we reflect, we identify any kind of gaps or issues and address them through policy. And so before opening it up, there is multiple sets that are posted. I'm asking us to look at the updated GP policy documents because those reflect the legal analysis that we did receive. So with that, I'm happy to open it up for any clarifying questions on the governance processes updates. One last reminder, this was an item that was posted back in November, November 11th, and was pulled from the agenda because the new board was coming in and it felt like these policies should be adopted by the board directors that are gonna live the policies. So that was the last update on that. So with that, any clarifying questions? Guys are running out. Yes, Director Thompson.
I just would like to take note of the language change around agendas. I think that's a helpful update.
Do you have the number offhand and then we can, that's right. So 1.5.4 reads, the board will attend to consent agenda items, those items which are routine, self-explanatory, or anticipated to be non-controversial as expeditiously as possible, clarifying some of the other language that was in there previously. Any other items that anyone would want to highlight at this point? And I know this isn't why everyone joined to be on a board, to talk through policies. So I appreciate this conversation. All right, Director Thompson.
Oh yeah, just to close out, I just think that some of this language cleanup is just helpful. I think there's some areas where, you know, in the past we kind of struggled with interpretation, and that this helps clarify across a lot of different things that have just come up over time. And I feel like this is also a nice result of the board monitoring itself and being able, like, this is how it's supposed to work. Like, we're monitoring ourselves. Are we in compliance? But also, does policy reflect best process? So.
Thank you, Director Thompson. And I did want to pause and make sure that staff had an opportunity to review the updated document that was meant to reflect any concerns and make sure that there isn't anything that you would want to raise as a question.
Thank you so much for asking that question, President Meek. Yes, staff has had an opportunity to review all of the proposed revisions, and our legal department has had an opportunity to weigh in and suggest updates just in terms of legal compliance to the revisions that were suggested. So I hope those were helpful. Staff's only other comment that we've talked about on before in terms of being in compliance would be the idea of board education sessions versus special meetings versus work sessions. So that's the only point that I would raise for potential clarity, but I agree with Director Thompson that this provides a significant amount of clarity for everyone.
All right, I think that means it's time to vote. So is there a motion to adopt the updated governance process policies?
So moved.
Second?
So it's been moved by Director Ryan and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve the updated governance process policies. Any further discussion? All right, roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
And Thompson?
Aye.
All right, it passes 7-0. Moving to our next item, we have a resolution regarding notice of board meetings. We have a 5-minute discussion on this, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Kane for a quick overview.
Actually, I am going to turn it over to General Counsel Klemesh for a quick overview of the resolution of board meetings.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. This particular resolution is being proposed at this time because it's required by law. Quite honestly, we do this every year at the first meeting in January when board action is taken to essentially identify for the public how notice of each of the board meetings will be posted. This particular resolution has been revised a bit in comparison to last year's resolution because the location of our board meetings have changed. Essentially, the postings will continue at both the Wilcox building as well as this building in the exterior of the building, so it will be outward facing near the front door of each of the Legacy and Wilcox buildings. And then it will also be posted, as you may have noticed this evening, close to the proximity of the entrance of the board meeting rooms, wherever those meetings may be held. So we have, Shauna has worked to identify and get clarity that this is all practicable and supportable by our district staff so that we can get this done. But this notice is required by law. It's been reviewed by outside counsel as well as worked on by our team in-house to make sure we haven't missed any of the absolute legal requirements for posting on a yearly basis.
Thank you, General Counsel Klemesh. That's very helpful. Are there any clarifying questions on the resolution? Sounds like it's a very routine resolution for us annually. All right, seeing no questions, is there a motion?
Move to adopt the resolution regarding notice of board meetings.
Second?
All right, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve the resolutions regarding notice of board meetings. Any discussion, further discussion? All right, roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the resolution passes 7-0. All right, moving on to item 10.6, policy DJ and FEH. This is a second reading. As a reminder, the first reading of this policy took place on November 11th. And with that, I will turn it over.
Hi, good evening. I did bring my friends over here from the procurement department, Deb and Angie, if there's questions specific around procurement that I need a little help with. They're my friends over there that can help me out. Can you actually pull up the redlined version for me? Thank you. Okay, so again, it's been a little while since we did the first reading of policy DJ. It was back in November, and it was before many of you were on the board. I'm not going to go back to the beginning, but am happy to answer any questions that you have related to these changes. These changes do align us more closely with Boulder and Denver as far as the board approval limits go. So we have made a few additional redline changes since the first reading. A lot of that is due to feedback that we got during the first reading. So I'm just going to quickly hit on a few of those and then take your questions. So if you'll go down just a little bit on this first page, right there. So we had the conversation that how is our community going to be kept up to date on our other purchases that happen that don't come to the board for approval? So we added this note on here in red that points our public to our transparency webpage where you can see all of our transactions. And it shows the date, the vendor, and amount. You can download this into a Excel format and do pivot tables and sorting and all kinds of stuff, and then submit core requests into us for additional information. So that just provides additional information to our public on another avenue that they can take to get some more information. Go down to the second page, please. Just some really small wording changes on this that were some suggestions that came from the board also. And then go down to the third page, please. Under the bond-funded project timing section, we added that if we do have to move quickly on a bond item because it's going to start costing us more, we're going to lose contractors, there's things that happen because you guys do have fewer board meetings now than you used to. There may be situations that we have to move before we can get some change order approvals to the board. If that happens, we will bring all of that information to the next board meeting, but you all also ask that we notify you in another manner as quickly as that happens. So we added in that in addition, the superintendent will promptly notify the board when we do have to move ahead of the board a little bit because of those projects. Go down just a little bit more for me. Next page, I guess. Okay, and then the last change that we made is in the last section of this policy around award of the bid or proposal. There's another section that's called competitive bid, and these two sections just, the wording wasn't clearly aligned, so we just made some wording changes to make sure that those two sections, both that refer to the award of the bid, were more clearly aligned with what they were trying to say. That is all I have for you from a presentation perspective, and so if you have any questions, I'm open to that.
Thank you for the update, and I will open it up for any clarifying questions. Director Thompson.
Thank you. So I actually have questions for the directors based off of the updates to this policy. I think for us, because this is an ask for a change in what we delegate to the district, we have to determine, are we comfortable with this level of discretion? Does it align with our risk tolerance? And if we feel that we should be giving, this broader latitude. I know I asked a lot of questions over the last couple months, and I really appreciate the effort of staff to try to address those questions for me, which revolved around understanding the why, but then also really understanding what is the authority that we are delegating through the changes in this policy? So that was really helpful. So I just kind of want to start there, and I'm just curious everyone else's thoughts.
Director Geiger.
You know, I thought a lot about this. The bottom line is, I am not convinced that, as a matter of fact, I believe that delegating this authority in this kind of circumstance with the controls that are inherent in our system still remains reasonable. These numbers have been set, various districts set these numbers at different places. Part of what's going on is our budget next year is, according to what I just saw, about $1.1 billion. That is not including spending on a $4.5 million bond project. I read all the contracts, but reading the contracts and supervising those is both beyond our note, but it's also beyond what we should be doing. It is beyond our capacity. I don't want to say that we trust all the time. I think trust but verify makes a great deal of sense. But these are reasonable spending limits given the numbers that we're dealing with. We are a massive organization. We have a massive budget process. We have a massive procurement staff, probably not as big as we probably need. We also have an operations budget supervising the spends on our various construction projects. I have been in favor of this. One, because I want to stop some delay. Two, because I'm not sure that whether or not we put something at 500,000 or $1 million on a consent agenda meaningfully increases our oversight. Our oversight continues to be looking at the buildings. Our oversight continues to be dealing directly with the superintendent and dealing with those issues. I think that, these numbers are always going to be a compromise. Yes, we are giving up some level of insight, but on the biggest purchases where there's the most risk, we still have a say and we have a wish, and we still listen to it. I think there's a line between micromanaging. This is clearly not it. I think these numbers match that line appropriately.
So I appreciate the question, and for me, it's really looking at comparable, like other districts, to see or have that context. And I think Boulder and Denver were the ones that were identified at this threshold level. Is that correct? And then I do know the policy went before the FOC and MBOC. Can you speak to concerns or questions or their support, essentially?
Do you want me to do that, or you, Dr. Thompson? Okay. Yes, we did take this to both committees. The MBOC committee specifically for the bond section, and the FOC for the overall policy conversation. They had some of the same questions that you all do around thresholds. Are they the appropriate thresholds? And if you remember, we used to be at 750,000 threshold back in 2017, and then it was reduced down during some other boards that we had in place at that time. And with how big we are, our spend tends to be big because we're buying based on student count, based on employee count, or we have a lot of buildings, or just the quantity that we have to buy. I want to make sure that you all are focused on the things that are meaningful. So we had a lot of that conversation at the FOC meeting. They had a couple questions just around wording and clarifications within the language, and we did make a few of those adjustments, but there was no huge pushback on the overall changes or the general philosophy. Do you have anything to add? Okay.
Not to the feedback from the committee.
Director Callahan.
I would direct my question back to Director Thompson, and do you feel like in your time on the board, has there been times that have, where you feel like that autonomy has been misused that would give you pause in providing more autonomy or more decision-making power?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. No, absolutely not. So my questions that obviously I presented were to really for us to fully understand what the policy we were voting on was doing. I also took time to look at other districts that are neighboring to us that are of similar size. So I also looked at like thresholds for Cherry Creek and Aurora and Denver and Boulder, obviously. And so kind of seeing like, okay, for those that have higher thresholds, you know, what are some of the like regulations that they have in place? And so, you know, Denver has like a whole like manual that's like publicly available about how, like, so there's broad discretion at the board policy level, but then you also can see that full booklet. And, you know, with these changes, we haven't seen the regulation policy yet because they are not gonna write it until they have this. So we don't necessarily have that yet. I would assume we would have something similar. The one thing though that kind of caught my attention was for the change orders and also for the section on the bond for like timely requests is just not having a threshold for the amount of the change order of the size of the contract. So I think it was Cherry Creek, they have like a percentage of around 20% saying if a change order is more than 20% of the full contract amount, then it would need like additional approvals. Where this one saying no, you know, and I'm not saying that this would be a real example, but technically under this policy, you could have a contract, and I'm gonna be absurd with numbers, for $10, right? And a change order for 20. And 20 is under the threshold, so therefore that would be allowed under this policy. And I'm not saying that staff wouldn't have regulation or some sort of process in place to account for that kind of practice, but the response we have right now is that no, there isn't.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I want to thank Director Thompson for the clarity and for the questions. I believe CFO Schleissner mentioned that one of the changes in here was a reference to our financial transparency page where the public can look up different contracts, vendors, amounts, et cetera. The second thing I wanted to provide really to the public, because I know you all know this, but to the public for clarity is that in all of these cases, these amounts have to be within the board-approved budget. So they have to be within that budget that the board has already approved. These are just how much of that budget is going to an individual contract or contractor. So I know you all know that, but I just wanted to provide that clarity to anyone who might be listening, is that this does not change the board's authority over spending over that board-approved budget. These are just amounts that are going to an individual organization within that board-approved budget. I hope that's helpful to the public out there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Director Ryan.
I think just one thing also to consider on our end, and I obviously haven't been able to delve into this quite as much as Director Thompson, but it seems like Jefferson County is fairly comparable in terms of budget amount of students that they have. And I'll say that their current DJ policy is $500,000 or more goes to the board. And so that's in line with what our previous policy is for a district that spends they spend 1.1, we spend 1 billion. And so it's very similar in Jeffco. Obviously they've had some spending issues recently, so I think take that as well, but there's that.
Thank you. Any other comments before we open it up to a vote? All right, is there a motion on policy DJ?
I move to adopt board file policy DJ, district purchasing as amended.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve policy DJ. Now that the motion is on the table, any further questions or deliberation? Director Thompson?
While I agree with the intent of this policy, I'm just struggling that it's just a little bit too broad. I know that we can look through monitoring to ensure that best practices are in place, but aside from concerns about that, the thresholds without any changes, and then well, that was always the biggest one, but the thresholds with any changes, and I'm drawing a blank now, there was one other issue that isn't resolved for me. Oh, how much is going to be non-competitive, the amounts we're switching to non-competitive, and just not having clarity, the exact, like, how much district money is that we're now moving to a non-competitive process. Just not having clarity on that is difficult for me at this time.
Any other comments? Director Parker?
Yeah, I just, going from a recent campaign, so many people wanted us to be accountable with our finances. That was something that was just constantly brought up. And so I'm feeling torn because I trust the district and I want the district to be able to make decisions they need to in the moments they do. And I also know that the public was just so concerned about this. And so that is riding through my head right now, trying to decide what to do.
Director Ryan.
I share a lot of the same concerns that Director Thompson brought up. I'll also bring up that I had the chance to speak with somebody that talked about a fear that if we make competitive processes less rigorous, that there is a chance of the possibility that the bids we are getting are manufactured somewhere outside of the district, and so we have artificially inflated numbers from the folks that are submitting the bids. And that is another fear that I have. I also understand the reason behind changing some of it, and I don't like portions of the previous policy in terms of how it's written, in terms of what we choose when we have a competitive process. I like some of those changes. What I don't like is how broad it is now, without more constraints, either in this policy or it could come later with our policy that's attached to this, but those are some of the concerns that I have.
All right, any other comments before we go to roll call? All right, roll call. I'll start with Director Callahan.
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Director Ryan.
No.
Director Thompson.
No, for the reasons stated.
All right, so the motion passes 4-3, and I think what I'd like to share is I think we've heard concerns that can be addressed and brought back at a future time. Superintendent Kane.
My apologies if this is inappropriate. Would it be okay for CFO Schleisner to address the questions around bidding being less competitive? I think there's some clarity that could be provided there that we just weren't asked during the question time, but I think that we could absolutely provide clarity around the competitive nature, because that's incredibly important.
I do think that's an important thing to provide information on at this point. So please, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity for that. We look at the spend not just for the amounts that we have listed above, we also look at what type of thing we're purchasing. So if it's an underwriter that comes under these thresholds, but we feel there is a real competitive advantage to go out there and find some different, what are they offering to us? How does that look? What are the percentages that they're going to give us, and make sure that we have that true competitive answer. These are the maximums. Our staff will come back to us and go, I really think this is beneath the threshold, but we need to go out to bid and see what the market will give us. I think this also gives some of our local small businesses some easier ability to come into the district and help provide us some of that more local competitive service and product. When you have a big cumbersome process for them to jump through those hoops, it gets harder for them to participate in our bidding process and provide us some product. Our team is really good about looking at, you mentioned in some of your questions, co-ops, and if we're using co-ops. We do go out to the co-ops that we have available to us and make sure that are we in the ballpark? Are they jumping through the hoops or asking the right questions that we would? Sometimes we'll rely on those co-ops, sometimes just for the gut check to go, are we on track or are we not? But our team does an amazing job of identifying what those need to look like. Do we need a request for information, a request for a bid, a whole proposal because it's a complex system that we're looking to bring on board. So I think even if we're looking at these different thresholds, it doesn't diminish the amount of work that we're putting in to make sure that we're getting the best price and the best product for the district. And that is always their focus, is making sure that we're getting that best, most competitive price. I don't know if that helps or not.
So, so real briefly, in that we've already voted on it, but Director Thompson, if you do want to respond briefly.
She just asked if she hopes it helps. I just wanted to say yes. I mean, I believe all of those things are happening. It was just not where I needed it, right, with this exact language, but I didn't want to give feedback on language, so.
Thank you. With that, we also have policy FEH, which needs to be repealed. That policy is now embedded within the new updated policy DJ, which is why you see the whole thing crossed out, right, as a policy. So the motion would be a motion to repeal policy FEH as the language in the updated DJ policy replaces the substance of the policy in FEH.
So moved.
Director Geiger moved.
Second.
And Director Callahan seconded. A motion for the board to repeal policy FEH. Any discussion on this?
If I may.
Director Geiger.
I would only point out, as part of all of this, that we already have scheduled for May 12th, monitoring reports on EL9 budgeting and EL10 financial administration. I think the superintendent has heard our concerns, and if we feel that that monitoring report does not give us sufficient information, then that's our job to fix the ELs.
Thank you, Director Geiger. Director Ryan.
I'll say, even though the language, I think, was not, I didn't feel comfortable voting for the previous one, it doesn't make sense then to not vote for this. I think since that passed, and since this language is now included in that, I don't see any reason why I would not support this.
Thank you for clarifying. I think that could be confusing. So thank you. Any other comments before we take roll call? Okay. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Denzler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you for your presentation. Let's see, the next item we have on here is the communication device policy first reading. This is a hot topic. We heard some of the conversation with our student advisory group last night. So hopefully they're watching this evening. We previewed it to them. And with that, I will turn it over to you.
Good evening, President Meek and directors. Thank you very much for having us. Kind of hard to believe we're at this point in this process. It's great to be here. It's been an incredible process. We have a lot of slides that we've posted, and Dr. Smith and I have vowed to you that we will work through them expeditiously to allow for a maximum amount of Q&A. But we wanted to make sure the board and our public had some of the information, or a good chunk of the information that we have. So this conversation is an outgrowth of the board ends and relatedly the strategic plan. The communication device conversation really touches on all of our cornerstone commitments, either directly or indirectly. This conversation starts, I think, in a pretty good place when we start talking about our emerging data, and I'll hand it over to Dr. Kelly Smith to do that.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege of coming today. Oh, I'm going to direct. All right. Do I point it at this one or this? Okay. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to go really quickly through a few slides. We really want to set the tone for this presentation around what the reality is that we're seeing with students in schools and in their lives. This data is coming from Common Sense Media, which is pretty commensurate with a lot of the data that we're seeing around cell phone use in youth. So I just put some of these things together. We can see that digital habits are becoming entrenched at much younger and younger ages, all the way down to under 2. We also understand that parents are reporting using data in a lot of different ways. I thought this was a pretty poignant message around how parents are interacting with digital devices. And this whole conversation isn't around good or bad, it's around how kids are interacting differently than they've ever done before. I think the thing that we're seeing a lot of now is how kids are interacting in ways that are replacing other activities. For example, we know that healthy development in the world of prevention, kids need to learn skills around co-regulation. We know in our preschool and early childhood that play develops a lot of skills that kids need to be successful in school and in life. Physical movement, learning attunement with face-to-face interactions, the sleep regulation. If any of you have heard any of my presentations before around sleep deficits in youth and how it's changing brains. We know that digital devices are impacting that. So things that are really replacing those critical skills that help developing brains build pathways to be ready for school. We also know that there's a biological impact, and you can read through these slides. We've seen how it impairs pathway development, causing fragmented attention. That's really popular in social media avenues now, the 15-second TikTok. So when kids are coming to school, their attention spans are shorter and shorter. Addiction pathways, well-being, I think you guys have heard a lot of these through the conversations that we have around digital devices now. So what we're seeing in schools currently is this educational impact. In ages 8 to 5, there is a steep decline in what we're seeing around reading ability. So in schools, because kids are on devices more than they're reading, by the time they get into middle school, their ability to sustain complex text is decreasing. And young students, young kids that are being exposed to these addictive algorithms, when they're coming into classrooms, and if the pace isn't kept up with that short attention span that their then brains are being trained to need, then it's more difficult to keep kids regulated in school and in learning. And our staff has really noticed that over the last several years. Mobile devices are replacing internal emotional regulation, and I think this is the part that we hear quite a bit, is if students are using devices to self-soothe, they're not learning how to do those traits and practice those skills. So when they come to school and they don't have those devices, when they become dysregulated, it's very difficult to get them back on track. One of the things that I thought was really interesting is this study really talked about that our parents are not getting a lot of information from pediatricians. Only 23% are having conversations with their medical providers around the impact of digital devices on youth. So our parents are really looking to school policy to help create these standards for norms. I thought that was a really important point. So it's really important to say that when we're talking about restricted device use, there's a lot of people that sometimes think it's going to fix all the things that we're seeing in the world around device use. We're now in, I think, the second year of seeing the data of districts that have banned it all out, and they're not finding that it's changing habits. So what we're saying is that it's really going to help us focus attention on learning, increase academics, especially they're seeing restricted use in schools. It's helping our under-resourced youth in better ways to achieve academically. It's helping kids get outside and develop healthy habits, peer connections, and then teaching this positive digital literacy use. And then this is the word I learned from Steve, the FOMO word. It's like, what is FOMO? But then that helps parents with that conversation. And then what it will not do, it won't change health outcomes unless behaviors in the community really has a change in how child protective factors are being implemented across the school and the community at large. Kids will still go home and have addictive type behavior, so it's a whole community effort. Sleep deprivation, there needs to be education around that, and it's not going to eliminate mental health struggles if students are predisposed to those, if there aren't other changes. Did I make it in 5 minutes?
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Let's talk a little bit about the policy work, the work that went into the policies that we'll talk about tonight on a first read basis and a draft basis. Prior to drafting the policies, we talked to a lot of people this year and even last year. We've touched over 5,000 stakeholders, either through conversation or surveys. And having been a part of a lot of those, boy, were they awesome. And part of that, again, was survey data from our families, where we asked the question, given your student's grade level, what would be the most effective approach to a communication device policy? And again, this is before we presented any policy draft or anything like that. And so what you see kind of interesting is from a pre-K to about 8th grade, a bell-to-bell ban has pretty good amount of support. That support very much drops off at kids that get to high school. You see across the board that yellow, that outright ban where there would be no phones at all or devices at all in school. Again, pretty good support for the early grades, and then it just drops off totally as kids get to high school. Our staff said roughly the same thing. You'll see up there that at the elementary level, a bell-to-bell ban has pretty good support from our staff. Same thing with middle school, and then in high school, it just totally drops off and gives way to restricted use, support for restricted use. We also talk to a lot of kids, and our kids are pretty stinking smart. So strong consensus for that right-hand side or my right-hand side. I just want to point you to, not everyone will be happy regardless of the policy. We got that comment quite a bit, and boy, are they right. But in any case, they don't really strong consensus for not having the extremes, an outright ban or Wild West. 34 of our kids in SAC took substantially the same survey that our staff and our families took. And 74% of them advocated for a restricted use policy for high schools. And our SAC kids are high school kids. So that was interesting. And again, that result is very consistent with all of the conversations we've had with kids. And I estimate that number to be about 400 to 500. We learned generally from all of the surveys, just to touch on a few of these, and I'll start at the bottom actually. This is very much a school and a home conversation. There is widespread agreement on that. Leaders and staff need flexibility and clarity. Grade level differentiation makes sense, among others. And I'll just point to the last one I'll point to, I should say. what we got, particularly from staff and from leaders, is inconsistency is tough. Inconsistency within the building, inconsistency across buildings, consistency would help per a great amount of the survey data that we got. So in crafting the policies, the goal, based on all the data that we've gotten, based on internal conversations we've had, is to set a more consistent culture where kids can navigate these incredible tools. Cell phones are incredible tools. Communication devices are incredible tools. To maximize non-communication device social engagement at school, help to maximize academic engagement and to prepare kids to function well in a work environment and their private relationships too. And it's also really important for all of us to keep working with families to give them resources to be able to navigate this at home. So in the last few weeks, we actually circulated the policy drafts to our leadership team and staff. Those policy drafts were substantially similar to the ones in front of the board tonight. And we asked them for any feedback that they wanted to provide. So we didn't force them, we didn't require them to provide feedback, it was just really on a volunteer basis. So what you see is that the draft policies, both staff and leadership, pretty good consensus that the needs and values of the community are reflected in the draft policies. There you go. As far as flexibility given to buildings to implement, the draft policies provide, again, pretty good consensus around a good balance between fixed rules and flexibility. And as they're currently drafted, the draft policies are clear enough to implement. Again, a fairly good consensus around that they are clear enough. Per the comments, where you see somewhat agree or somewhat disagree, the comments were really geared towards there's no explicit language around consequences. There's no explicit language around where phones are stored. That some of our staff and some of our leaders really wanted that additional clarity. They were in the minority, but not a totally small minority. So in any case, that's what, to the extent that you had someone agree and someone disagree, that's where they came from per the comments. I'll also comment very quickly, 22 leaders responded to the survey on the drafts that we circulated. I'll just let you know. We had 2 45-minute conversations with our leaders on this. I asked them to provide an input if they had it. At the second meeting that I had with the leaders, they asked me the question, if we're good with the policy draft, do we need to fill out the survey? I said no. There's a pretty good consensus based on those conversations, so I feel good about saying that there's a very good consensus, that there's a comfort level with the policies that were presented. Director Geiger, I believe, when we talked about this in the fall, you asked for what other districts are doing. So this slide is our Director Geiger slide, really good and thoughtful request, and so here it is. I just want to give you a sense of what other districts are doing. I'm going to be honest with you. I looked for Denver's policy for like 45 minutes, had a hard time finding it. All that means is one of you will find it in 2 minutes. But in any case, that school by school characterization is just based on me looking at schools within DPS and what their policies were, and there was some variation there. Our digital literacy webpage, if you go to it, there is a QR code up there. Has all of the survey data, the raw data is there, it's summarized as well. I actually just uploaded the SAG survey data from last night. About 14 kids took that survey, so that's been uploaded too, and anybody can have a look at it. So any questions, and before I suppose we get there, President Meek, totally recall on this, obviously. I'm happy to go through the high points of the policies, or I'm happy to take questions, however you'd like to do that.
Yeah, I think we can just open it up to questions, probably. Sure. And thank you so much for the presentation.
Sure.
So, Director Thompson.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful to at least pull it up on the screen in case we reference any language.
Sure. JICJ, please.
So I just have just a couple of questions in interpreting. Communication devices are defined right in the beginning. Those are the portable technology device that's capable of internet access, making and receiving phone calls, sending and receiving messages, or creating and accessing non-school related digital content. And then there's a qualifier about laptops. What I was curious about is, laptops can do texting, right? Even the messaging systems are available on the school-issued laptops. So is it considered a CD when they're messaging, but then not once they stop messaging? I know that sounds really like nitty-gritty, but I was curious, like, what you guys' thoughts were when trying to define. I'm sure it wasn't easy to define. You'd think it would be, but it's not.
There's a lot of nuance here, and that's a great question. And Mr. Blair, if you could put up JICJ and not the R, there you go. Yeah. No, really, really good question. And boy, Director Thompson, this goes to the, perfect not being the enemy of the good. The idea there is, so if you're on a Chromebook, so on an iPhone, if you're on an iPhone, you can use on a Mac the iMessage app to send messages through your laptop. You don't need a phone to do that. You don't need a watch to do that. And so under this policy, if a student were sending a message that is non-school related, that would technically be a violation. So the advantage that teachers have, that staff has with laptops, and just so you know too, that's a little bit of color, the laptops are carved out in state law too, so we sort of took our cue from that. The advantage that our staff has is they can say, all right, everybody, lids down. And so it totally cuts off that ability to message if a student were inclined. Technically, if a student were sending a school or an instructional related message, then it would not be, thank you. It would not be a violation. And that's just gonna be a tough navigation for our staff, it just is.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe they're just exempt if it's issued for laptops and then it'd be covered by like code of conduct or something. It might make it cleaner just as the broad policy. But I don't know, you guys are spending all the time, I know, on the definitions. Just initial thoughts.
Sure.
I really like that it's clear about class time versus like school day and class time, right? So it's very like cut. And I was like, okay, that's helpful. But then I was wondering, well, what about field trips? Or what about when is the school day start? Does it start at the bell, the first bell and the last bell? Does it start in base? Does it start like on the bus? When students are on the bus?
Yeah, no, really good question. So I'll take the last one first. Beginning of school day, end of school day, meaning bell rings to start the school day for the entire school, and then the bell to end the school day for all of school. Now, nothing says that BASE et al. Can't craft their own policies along those lines. We talked about actually transportation and what's it look like on transportation. Why not ban phones on a bus? Obviously, transportation could do that if they wanted to. The issue there is you probably don't want a bus driver with 60 kids focusing on a cell phone that's probably 10 rows back. It just becomes really tricky to implement and arguably unsafe. I'm sorry, your first question?
It's field trips.
Field trips. So the policy currently doesn't contemplate that. We can certainly include that. I think that's going to be a school by school conversation, and very likely every one of our schools is going to say the same rules apply.
Okay, so school level decision. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, last question, and I'll let other directors ask. As soon as I find it. Oh, so we have another device policy, the is it JIHA?
JHA, yeah.
So will that one, is that next to get updated once this policy? Is it going to be? Because I know
General
maybe
Counsel
some things
Klamesh.
in conflict.
Thank you for the question. We're working through the issues with respect to the appropriate way to identify these policies. JICJ is the common identifier under the enumeration system employed by the National Association of School Boards, the Colorado Association of School Boards, and CASB's proposed policy. So it seemed to us that it was logical that we would use that numbering system. We presently have another JICJ, so we need to figure out how we're going to make these all work together and how to appropriately number these policies. This policy, however, is designed to replace completely JIHA, but the JIHA identifier is really designed for, I think, locker searches or something else. So we will work on, when it comes to the next reading, figuring out exactly how to identify these in the enumeration system that we employ in the district and that is employed in the state of Colorado.
So
Sorry, just a
directors,
follow-up, if it's
we
okay.
only had like 5 more minutes scheduled for Q&A. Is it okay if we give other directors? Okay. Raise your hand if you do have questions so I can kind of gauge how many. All right, so pretty much everyone. So keeping in mind that we want to try to go through the questions quickly, I'll just go in order. Director Geiger.
Every time that we discuss this, I want to think about it in terms of how it affects certain population groups. Students who work, for example, may have different needs. It's my concern about a bell-to-bell, and that affects a different demographic in our district. In Florida, when they put a bell-to-bell plan in, suspensions of black students went up and test scores of white students went up. Nobody knows why. But I want always that our policies and how we apply those policies take into account that there's an equity issue here for students of limited means, there's an equity issue here potentially for students of color and multi-language learners. And so when you come back to us, this is a study out of Florida, I'm reading it right now. I would like to think about, and I'd like to have more time on the agenda when we discuss this for second reading, talking about whether or not there are certain students who are going to be disproportionately impacted by these policies and how we can mitigate that. Because that is a concern I have. Students who drive farther, students who choice, students who work, all of those may have a different need for cells. What I appreciate is that you didn't take this as some sort of moral imperative. My emails reflect there are certain people who think that this is a moral imperative one way or the other. And I appreciate the flexibility that you brought to this. I think our second reading needs to have some strong discussions about how we craft appropriate distinctions for students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Geiger. Director Densler?
Thank you. I do have some questions that might not have answers at this point. I won't ask all of them. I can submit them, but I do want to first echo Director Thompson's concern that I don't know that a restricted use policy at the high school level is a meaningful change when kids ultimately have access to a laptop. I don't know what the answer is, right? I do support a restricted use ban, or I guess a restricted use policy, but I am concerned about that. I am concerned that we need to clarify or may need to think about clarifying the policies around consequences. I'm worried that if we have a lot of variation between sites, that could be an equity issue. I have concerns that the IEP and 504 carve-out that's listed within the first reading may inadvertently out students who would prefer to keep their learning disability from the forefront of their interpersonal and social identities. I'm wondering if we have a program like Go Guardian that helps teachers monitor what their students are browsing that could help with the laptop issue. I have a question about whether we are currently or planning to block social media accounts from district servers, because if you have the laptop, you can still access them. I am worried about the liability around temporary confiscation, which is listed in the policy as one of the potential consequences. It was drilled into me as a teacher and then as an administrator that you do not take the devices because of what may happen while they're in your possession. And then I'm also, and this is one of my bigger concerns. I'm so sorry, it sounds like I'm just ragging on this policy. I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. This is my own sort of verbal processing. Thank you for indulging me. But I am really worried about this policy ensuring that teachers are not taking on uncompensated duties by having to essentially act as the device police. So those are all things that I have questions about. But again, I understand that we have run out of time, and I am so sorry. And I look forward to further discussion on this.
So thank you, Director Densler, and we'll continue to ask questions. I just really wanted to give us a time check. And just to remind everyone, the first reading is meant for us to give these feedback. This is a really complex issue, and so we'll continue to give feedback, and I think Director Callahan was next.
Thank you for your work on this. It is a complicated and very, if you think it's easy to solve, you haven't been in the work. In my day job, we're dealing with this. We have a bell-to-bell ban, and it comes with its own trade-offs. I would echo Director Densler's concerns. I think one of the trade-offs to having a class by class in high school is that it puts a real ownership and weight on teachers to manage it in the classroom. And so I would echo some of those concerns. I would also like to see some more guidance around consequences, because I think when there's too much autonomy around the consequences, we can get some real inequities in how the policy is being administered with young people. The other piece that I saw that came up in the questions and feedback was around the device use in locker rooms. That is an area that I think it's really important to have an all-out ban for all kinds of privacy issues.
Did you have anything you wanted to ask Director Parker?
Yeah, I went to SAG last night, and even though you were there, I thought it might be good to talk about some things that the students came up with, and some things that I'm hearing from you guys were also what the students talked about. So it just talks about, or that's just a kind of how awesome and advanced our students are. But the funniest comment I had were distracted walking, that if we were going to keep it from not, like if we ban cell phones from bell to bell in the periods during class time, that passing periods there would be distracted walking because everyone is deprived from their phone. So that was a fun thing, and not something I would have thought about. And so that's why it's so important to have student input. But they asked things like, how do we handle accommodations? How do we handle difference with teachers? How do we decide urgency? What do consequences look like? My note said would not make this uniform, but that's just like, would this not make it uniform? The discrepancies between schools, who is not responsible for damage to happen, which is kind of, Kelly, what you were talking about. Is this trying to make a blanket policy for different individual needs? What is our plan for student pushback? And then they were also concerned about consequences. So they asked all of these questions without any kind of adult input, which was, I think we're asking good questions if both the adults and the students are asking some of the same questions. So I just wanted to have the students have a voice and make sure it was recorded in the board meeting.
Thank you, Director Parker. Director Ryan, did you have a chance?
I think when we come back to this, one of the things that I'd like a little more information on, and I did submit this as questions, and I think a lot of information was provided, but not only the disparate impacts that a bell-to-bell could have on our district, but also I would like to see a benefits versus drawbacks of a bell-to-bell in high school. I understand that that is not necessarily what our community is asking for, but I think our job up here is to make the best decision for students regardless of what the community is asking for in some instances. And so when it comes to something that we have all of this research that these devices are causing damage in many different ways, that I think it is worth at least going down that path and determining why we are going with this, why the benefits outweigh the drawbacks to not have a bell-to-bell in high school.
Yeah, and if I may, President Meek, very briefly, bell-to-bell is the current state in elementary schools and middle schools. High schools is a little more, there's more variation there. So what this policy does is drafted is would keep status quo for elementary schools and middle schools, and then keep a class period restriction, or have a class period restriction, or impose a class period restriction for all of our high schools. So meaning passing periods, lunchtime, kids could use their phones, but just not during that class period. But there are certain exceptions to that too that are laid out in the policy. But by and large, there would be a class period restriction. So thank you for the ask.
Great. So, yes, Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just add one other clarification. While we don't have full control in our schools over laptop use in high schools, we do want to say that we don't have messaging allowed on district devices. We do still have filters, et cetera, that should help significantly with not having unfettered access to things like messaging and social media on district devices. In no way are we advertising that we have full control, but it is more locked down when it's a district device versus a student's phone. To the extent that it's helpful, I think these are all really, really valuable discussions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. This is such an important topic, and I always try to go last. So I don't want to repeat what everyone else said. I want to try to just raise a couple of additional. The students just have a very deep desire to be engaged in this process, and it needs to be bigger than the SAG. And I don't know if there are opportunities for student engagement and feedback moving from this first reading into the next reading or iteration. Students, and I can't remember if Director Parker brought it up, they really wanted to understand what the research shows, and so I think that kind of opportunity for our students would be really, really helpful. I think they will provide insights that we can't provide, and help develop the strongest policy possible. And again, I don't want to reiterate what everyone else said earlier, but the one thing I did want to raise was the consequences, and just having consistency in that area was something that came up from the students as well, and also I just think is critically important. So with that, thank you. Superintendent Kane, are you trying to weigh in now?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just wanted really quick, if it's all right, to give Chief of Staff Kalila an opportunity to talk about all the time he spent with students in, I believe, all of our secondary schools in engaging with students. And he went to each of the secondary schools and talked to groups of students on this topic, so you're aware.
Yeah, and I apologize. I didn't mean to sound like it didn't happen. I'm just wondering if they've had opportunities since there's actually a draft policy. And that was really my emphasis on that.
Yeah, so since the draft policy was circulated, it's been to leadership and staff. If the board needs to survey all of our kids, we would likely go through our leaders to help facilitate that. Leading up to the policy, which is not necessarily what you're asking, President Meek, but we talked to, like I said, over close to 400 kids at Youth Congress, and had really rich conversations. And the drafting of these policies obviously had those conversations in mind. And just based on the feedback we got, the draft policy very much reflects that overall conversation. Certainly there are questions about specific consequences, where is it stored, among others. So I know the board has questions about that too. Happy to talk more about that. But the long and short is that where we've landed, at least as I stand here, is that those questions, among many others, are really important. And our sites may have different answers on that, and that's just a balancing act. So, yep.
Again, thank you. It's evident a ton of work has gone into it to this point, and the board is very appreciative of that. So thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving into item 10.8 is a monitoring report, and we have 15 minutes designated for this discussion. Before we begin, I just want to really briefly remind the board and our community the role that monitoring plays under our policy governance system. It's really meant to be a systems check to make sure that systems are in place, and it's not meant to be a conversation about intent or effort or individual instances. It really is, those can be helpful in making sure that we have systems in place. So it's how we meet our accountability obligations to our community. While it's meant to be conducted quickly and efficiently, that doesn't mean that it isn't critically important. Under the policy governance framework, the majority of our time really should be spent being future focused, looking at what we're trying to achieve for our students. So it's kind of an interesting balance that we need to play as we go into this. So the other thing I would highlight is we actually scheduled a special work session for February 17th to spend time as a board to walk through this process, because this board, as it currently is constituted, has never really spent time as a board talking through what does it look like, how do we conduct these monitoring reports. So we're gonna give it a go, even though we haven't had that work session yet. And just to kind of lay the framework, the way this works, we look at the monitoring report, and there's really two steps. The first step is, just assessing whether the interpretation is reasonable. And what that means is, determining whether a reasonable person, given what the words are in that policy, would interpret and say, this is what that policy language means. So that's like the reasonable person test. And then the second is there evidence that aligns to that interpretation? So with that, I kind of set the stage. We're gonna start with the monitoring report on EL6, which is commitment to accomplishment and accountability. And EL6 really is about assessing our accountability system that we have in place for the district. So I will open it up to ask if anyone has any concern on an interpretation in the policy. And if a majority of the board agrees that that's an area that we want to discuss for having concerns around that reasonable interpretation, then we kind of open it up to further deliberation and conversation. And this is how we give feedback back to the staff. So are there any questions with any of that before I just open it up? Seeing none, I will just start with looking at EL6, and it is on the screen. Has anyone identified any of the policy provisions where you feel like you have a concern with the interpretation? Director Thompson.
So it's not about really reasonably, the reasonable interpretation. It's just my understanding of what the language is saying.
Okay.
So we have, oh, did I skip to EL5? No, EL.
We're
6.
starting with
I am
EL
right.
6.
Yeah, so I think it's, sorry, my notes, I got nervous because of where I was in my document. So permit the organization to be without adequate policies and procedures that reasonably ensure the adequate collection and ethical use of data to inform and support the district's educational program. What does adequate collection mean? I mean, I understand ethical use of data. So I just struggled with that as we're going through this.
So tell me again what the number is. Sorry, it took me a minute to pull it out. Is it number 1? Permit the environment?
It's 6.4.
Oh, 6.4.
Because I think you were just asking generally across the whole.
Mm-hmm. And so how did the superintendent interpret number 4? And do you feel like that doesn't, like I need you to explain?
I mean, I saw like compliance with law.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you struggled with it as well or if it felt clear.
Superintendent Kane.
Thank you very much
Mr.
for the
Reynolds,
question. So in interpreting the executive limitation, I started with the top. And when we started the conversation about what does it look like to ensure an accountability system, that's framed around both the state and federal accountability system. So on number 4, you're talking about data collection and procedures and policies for collecting data for that purpose, for state and federal accountability purposes. And so it's using that broader umbrella of the commitment to both state and federal accountability, which is what our system is based on.
Help me, thanks.
Thank you. So no concern that you're raising on that one. Any other concerns? So I had one I wanted to ask about. Under item number 1, the interpretation, I was wondering if it may be too narrow as it does not include SAC trainings as part of the interpretation language as it has in past years. I just wasn't sure if there was a reason that we were narrowing the scope from how it was in last year's.
So in this interpretation, it was about helping SACs execute their ultimate goal, which is to support and provide feedback to their principal regarding their unified improvement plan. So it's really about their products as opposed to the training that's provided in supporting them. It's what are they producing as a result of this support and getting to the outcome data from which they are engaging in that conversation with their principals.
Yeah, I wondered if that was kind of the intent there. And I did want to just raise it with everyone else in case. My alternative thinking around this is, you know, SACs do more than just spending priorities. They have obligations around building parent and community engagement, right? So I was just curious if following the percentage of SACs that participate in training, you know, would help support this language or not. And I just open it up to the other board directors because it's really up to us if we feel like that's something that would help us feel like the policy language is being fully monitored. Is this making sense? I know this is brand new, so. Oh, Director Thompson.
Okay, so I might be a little bit confused when we're talking about the interpretation versus the evidence on bringing in points. So just correct me as we go along, because I know this is a new process for us. So what I'm hearing is like, or what I noticed with that 6.1 is that we didn't have contextual evidence. We're saying, you know, it's more like a binary look at this versus looking at like the contextual evidence. So yes, we are doing these things, but do they matter? in order to fulfill, and like training would be an example, but also, yeah, I guess that would be an example of contextual evidence. I think I have others, but I didn't want to like get into it.
Yeah, I was thinking of it in, not that trainings are held, but that SACs are participating. So looking at like outcome data so that you could see trainings are happening so that SACs are prepared to fulfill the policy language was kind of what I was looking at. And I can go either way on this. I just was trying to understand the board's interpretation and how they wanted that to be. Director Geiger and then Densler.
In interpreting whether SACs were, and I want to quote the language here completely, are not inoperable or unable to fulfill their purposes and functions, I do feel that your interpretation C, only talking about spending priorities, does not reasonably comply with what SAC's duties are, which are broader than spending priorities. I think what you've listed, clearly we've, the SAC budget questionnaire responses, I believe, are important pieces of evidence. I apologize. Rarely criticized for being quiet. I do believe that C is too narrow given the requirement in the executive limitation, and I do believe that in further interpretations of that, it would be more helpful to the board to provide a slightly broader evaluation of the effectiveness of our SACs.
Director Densler.
I think this is a question that will betray my ignorance over EL reports, or I guess monitoring reports. I guess what I'm struggling with in terms of the interpretation is the fact that each of these ELs is written in such a way that were I the superintendent, I need to disprove a negative. And I think that's where I'm struggling in the interpretation of this. Can you illuminate a little bit why they're written this way and what I can reasonably do?
You're not
with
the
that?
first person to ask this question from this board. So it is very specific in that they're meant to be guardrails. It's meant for us to say, superintendent, please move forward in any manner that you can, staying within these guardrails. And so that's why they're written in the proscriptive language versus you may do A, B, and C. It's you may do anything as long as you are staying within the guardrails. Does that help answer that?
Yes, and then I think that actually for me further complicates the interpretation issue. And in such a moment, I think that I am more on the side of giving the benefit of the doubt to the interpretation as submitted, just because I might not have a super clear understanding of what all is entailed in brushing up against that guardrail, if that makes sense. So I really appreciate this conversation because it's very illuminating. I think where I'm at right now is I'm more inclined to say that the interpretation submitted is how I would read it as well.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, Director Thompson.
So one way that I thought about this particular one is what would, when we're thinking of conditions that might not permit committee members to fulfill their duties, not having information timely, right? It would be, for me, an example of a condition that's not necessarily reflected in the evidence. But also I know what the answer is. I know that there is a very extensive map and calendar that is mapped out, is how I should say it, by Matt every year with the DAC, that is very, very well thought out to make sure that they're able to fulfill those requirements and get the information timely. So, but that's, I feel like, one of the contextual factors that I feel wasn't in the evidence.
And Director Ryan.
So I feel like with the change that we talked about at the start, we're starting to now get into the weeds that we were trying to avoid. I think it's important that when a condition or when a concern is raised, that I think the way that you suggested, is we go around the table and say, is this a concern for a majority? Then we go into the questioning. I think approaching it from a, let's ask the questions, let's go there, that's just gonna keep us down the weeds. I think we need to go around the table, see if there's a concern, and then delve further. That's obviously higher level.
Thank you. That is exactly correct. And, you know, for bringing us back. I think I was struggling a little bit with this because this is brand new and trying to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page. So I'm going to go back to the way we should be doing this. So what I will say is I brought up a concern that, you know, SAC training completions would be something in interpretation that would demonstrate, you know, the policy language as being important. So I will say, raise your hand or indicate if you agree that that should be added. Seeing just me, then we're not discussing it any further, and that's how the process works. And so thank you for bringing us back. And with that, I don't know if there's any other concerns around interpretations on this report. And after, is it interpretation related, Director Ryan?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
So now, I didn't share the concern that you just raised, but I do share the concern that Director Geiger raised, which is that I think spending priorities is too limited in evaluation of whether the SACs are being given enough to fulfill their duties. That concern I do share. So I would ask about that concern.
All right, do you guys have enough clarity to share whether you share the same concern that was raised? I see 2. Please raise your hand if you have the same concern. I see 3. All right, we don't have a majority. So we're going to continue if there are other concerns around the interpretation. And then I'll move us to evidence, and if we need to kind of be flexible in that, then that's fine. So let's just move to evidence. So again, no one has gone through any training on this, so we're kind of learning this on the fly right now. The way that we approach this is first we make sure that the description as the interpretation we agree to before moving into, okay, is there evidence that supports that? So that's what we're moving into now. Director Thompson, do you want to get us started?
So 6.4, it was I tried to stay really broad, not make suggestions. But for 6.4, just evidence of internal controls. So we're seeing that there's procedures and protocols in place, but you know, I don't see evidence of internal controls, incident response to readiness, accountability, that demonstrate that the policies and procedures presented are used in practice.
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing you. Can you say it just one more time?
Maybe the short way to say it is just evidence of practice. So there's we see evidence that things are a part of procedure and policy, but evidence that it actually matters, right? Like they're followed. So I would think for this one, it's, you know, adequate collection, ethical use of data to inform and support the district's educational program. How do we know that the ethical use of data is, like, we know there's a procedure there, but how do we know that everyone's following that practice, following the policy?
Is it you're asking for effectiveness evidence? Is that a summary of what you're?
Yeah, effectiveness of the procedures and policies in place.
Something along the lines of there's been no substantial complaints.
Yeah, it's kind of like we're throwing things at the wall, but do they work?
Sorry, I just was trying to.
I appreciate the clarification. Yep, raise your hand if you share the same concern. I see, I'm assuming Director Thompson, your hand's raised. Because you raised the concern, so.
Because it says ensure the that these procedures are in place that reasonably ensure the adequate collection and ethical use of data. So yes, they're in place, but are they insured?
Okay, raise your hand if you share the same concern where we want to dive deeper. I see 2. So at this point, the majority is not saying they want to move forward with that, so we're gonna keep moving on this one. Are there any other evidence concerns that anyone wants to raise? If not, I am happy to entertain a motion that we assess the monitoring report.
So moved.
Second.
So it's been moved by Director Callahan, seconded by Director Geiger, that the board has assessed the monitoring report and found it to be compliant. I assumed it was to be compliant, so, right? Any questions? Do a roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Okay, so we went through EL6, or yes, Superintendent Kane.
Yes, just as a follow-up comment, I just want all of you to know that when we go back and do the monitoring report the next time around, we always go and listen to the board meeting from the last time around. So we will take all of the feedback into consideration because it's an iterative process for us as well. So we'll take all the feedback into consideration when we develop this monitoring report for a year from now.
Thank you. And I'm remiss for not acknowledging that these reports do reflect a next level of monitoring, and I know it feels very clunky right now, and it's partly because this is the first time and we're figuring out how to even read policy, right, as a board. So thank you for acknowledging that. It is an iterative process. And so the next report is our last one for this evening, and it's probably a more challenging one. It's a lot longer than the others. So we'll use the same process, and thank you, Director Ryan, for keeping us on track. I appreciate that. The review, again, is not a conversation about intent or effort or individual performance. It's a systems check. Do we have systems in place to ensure that the board is receiving the support and communications that it needs? Essentially, that's what this whole monitoring report is about. And again, I see tremendous growth from listing activities in the last monitoring report to moving towards trying to list systems. And so thank you for that. I just want to acknowledge that. Again, it's really about, do we have reliable, repeatable systems in place to ensure the board is informed and supported so it can be successful in its work? So with that, I will open it up. Does anyone have any concerns about reasonableness of an interpretation at this time? And I had one that I'm happy to just jump in. So item 1.6, if you look at item 1.6, it doesn't provide the same level of clarity and testability as demonstrated in item 1.1. So under item 1.1, you see the table, and thank you for scrolling. So if you can kind of scroll to the table for 1.1, each element of the policy language is translated into specific observable standards that really allows the board to assess compliance. In contrast, 1.6 really has everything aggregated together, and I think it makes it harder to assess. So, for example, well, I don't need to keep going. I'm not going to deliberate. This is my concern. I will open the floor to see if others need clarification on what I'm stating or if they want to share the same. Director Thompson.
All right, could you state it one more time? What's part of the specific language?
So if you could look at 1.1 interpretation, you'll see a table. So thanks for scrolling, and I know this is kind of a test.
Sorry, we're doing interpretation, not policy language.
Interpretation.
Okay, sorry. I thought we were starting with policy language. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah, so you see how this is interpreted where the language, like each element in the policy, there's an explanation. There's a compliance criteria, a rationale, and the evidence. Does that make sense as you look at the policy language? But when you go to 1.6, where it's talking about media coverage, it's talking about legal actions. It lists out all of those individual items, but there's no standard per item as to how the system works. Is it, when are media concerns sent to us? There's a weekly memo that's listed, but I think it's not the frequency of the weekly memo that matters. It's at what threshold do media requests come to us? At what threshold do legal actions come to us? So kind of providing the clarity as to when things reach a certain threshold that we become informed. And I think that's the interpretation that I feel is missing from this report, 1.6. So I hope I explained that. And I see heads like you're understanding. So that was a concern, I'm raising it. If you share that concern, just raise your hand, and if not, we'll know where people stand. I see 2, I see 3, 4, 5, okay. So I think a majority of the board feels like building out that section so interpretations are provided. Okay, so that was the one I wanted to raise. I don't know if anyone else has any other concerns on interpretations.
Director Meek?
Yes.
Yeah, just for clarification, so when there is a majority of the board who has a specific concern, does that mean that staff needs to go back and redo the report and bring it back? Like, what is the outcome of that concern, just so that we have clarification? We're happy to do whatever the board wants, of course, but
Yeah,
that's what I
so
wanted to understand.
when we get to the board motion at the end, so maybe I'll just stop. Since we all agree that one area, at this point, do you have clarifying questions on what we're seeing we would like in an interpretation? Or do you feel like you understand what we're...
Thank you. We were whispering a little over to each other. Yes, we do understand the request being made, and it is something that we can do. It's a little recursive, but it is something that we should be able to do, and we understand the request.
Okay, and then I would say, at what point do you feel like you could come back with an interpretation for that one section that was highlighted?
We can come back to the next regular meeting or the work session if that is what the board would like.
So we can talk about that when we get to the motion at the end. my thought would be wait till after the work session, just because it might make more sense. I don't think there's a huge urgency per se, but that would be one individual idea. Okay, so any other areas of this report that you feel the interpretation does not meet the reasonable standard? Yes, Director Thompson.
So, I mean, it is proactively addressed at the beginning of the document about the survey. I just struggled with compliance being demonstrated from, or that interpretation that's compliant based off of like a super majority, when it's about like equity of access of information for each individual board director. So I can understand fluctuations might happen across like minor topics or conversations, but like when it comes to like the big updates, you know, how are we ensuring that every director is receiving the same of those in an equitable way, which is kind of what all of the communication pieces are getting to. So it goes across multiple ELs, so it's kind of hard. That percentage is used. But it's also hard to bring up because we know that that's going to be addressed.
Right. So if, oh, go ahead, Director
Just to
Ryan.
clarify your concern, anytime it's 67% is used as the metric for compliance, the concern is that that does not capture that is not a reasonable interpretation.
So it's the 67% threshold that's in question. And
again, it's not like a binary, you know, did we do this thing or not do this thing, right? And that was also the problem with the survey, is it was very, even though it had 5 options, it was binary. Like it was either you agreed or you didn't agree. It was really 2 options. And like, well, it didn't happen every time, so does that mean I disagreed? Like it was just, I'm just struggling with this one.
So other thoughts on the survey concern?
Or if we share the concern.
Right. 3, 4. So I see a majority on sharing the concern on the survey. So
just to be clear, the concern that I was agreeing with is that 67% is the threshold that is being used to determine whether all of the board is getting adequate communication. Okay.
and so going into a little bit of conversation, like my concern with the 67% was that 80% is used in the other executive limitation as a threshold for the DAC, I believe. And looking at the results, it felt like 80% would actually meet the metric most of the time, even on the survey. So Superintendent Kane.
Yes, we picked 67% because of the holism of the board. So that was just the rationale for that. And we recognize that the survey was not done in an ideal fashion because, as Director Thompson said, you know, if like we got the communication we needed 99.9% of the time, but the 0.1% means I can't agree. So we were also accounting for that part, the way that survey was worded. And again, for the next time, we would do that survey differently.
Director Thompson.
I also just think what if you had one director that is in the minority of decisions and things that happen as a board? Would this still be reasonable to make sure that that single board member, that we've addressed the risk of making sure that you know, that they're getting access to information and support?
So, Director Ryan.
I'll at least commiserate that I don't know the right way to measure this, and the right way to measure it in a way that you're going to be able to come back with 100%, but I do understand the concern that if it isn't 100%, then the full board does not have the information that they need.
If I could.
Superintendent Kane.
Yes, thank you. So I understand if there's a perception, but there are systems in place that every board member receives the same information. So that's where I'm not sure how to interpret that perhaps there's a perception that there were conversations with board member A that weren't had with board member B. But in terms of systems, you know, when board members ask questions, the answers to the questions are sent to every single board member. So, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the superintendent updates go to every single board member. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I mean, this is such an important conversation to have as a board and not to have in 15 minutes, probably even in this format. Just because this board hasn't had a chance to just meet and have conversations on what are those communication systems and protocols that work for this board. And it feels like it's being put in a very formal format right now, where I am going to recommend that, given that we know, we've all, as a majority, said we'd like to see the interpretation updated, and we don't need to see it until after our work session on February 17th. Perhaps we just move to say that the board has assessed this report, and it doesn't provide a reasonable interpretation of the policy at this time, and that we'll revisit it, and we can put the date that we would revisit this report. And then one more thought, and then I'll turn it over. And I feel like I didn't answer your question on all board directors getting equitable access, right? I think that was where you were talking. The one thing that jumps out at me is I think individual meetings that the superintendent has with board directors leads to an environment where it's really hard to have holism unless detailed notes are being taken in every single meeting and then an email goes out. I think it's important to have relationships with board directors, but to rely on routine monthly one-on-one meetings, I think it takes a lot of time to equitably communicate everything. But that's just one opinion on, one-to-one meetings as a communication system, which I think leads to just a bigger conversation for us all to have as to whether one-on-ones every month meant to be a system that equitably updates all board directors. And I can see from reactions that, not everyone thinks the same. This is one perspective. So again, Director Thompson, I know your hand was up, so I'm gonna stop talking for a second. Director Thompson.
Yeah, so, I kind of interpreted this process as not really making suggestions about metrics, so I want to stay in my lane. The only thing I think it was very limiting, again, to have, you gave yourself yes or no as the only option, and so if it was a range, like most of the time, things like that, I think then a percentage would be easier to argue.
Okay. So in the interest of time, knowing that it's a bigger conversation, is there a comfort level to move that the interpretations will evolve and we'll look at the report again after we have the work session? Or is there a desire to continue to delve into items at this point? Yes, Director Callahan.
If we were to make that motion, what would be the expectation for the superintendent or staff?
So if the motion, and the motion should have a date on it, they would work to update the monitoring report to include interpretations. And they would have the flexibility to make any other updates in that time as well.
I think what's challenging, about that is I don't know that we have clearly articulated what it is that we're looking for in this specific interpretation. And so I think we put the staff and superintendent into trying to read our minds before we've clearly articulated what it is that we want.
Okay. I think that's fair. I think we did articulate 1.6. I mean, we did ask for the interpretations on 1.6. Is that, I see agreement on that. I think anything beyond that, it's reading our minds based on this conversation. So first I saw Director Thompson and then I saw Superintendent Kane.
Okay, thanks, because I thought we were getting ready to like move past the item, so that's why I quickly raised my hand, because I had questions about, it seemed like there were some where the evidence didn't match the interpretation, and so I was a little confused about those areas, and then I also felt that there was an interpretation that was kind of unreasonable for the superintendent to be able to meet, which was regarding 100% of action items will be available by 5 p.m. the Friday before the meeting, because there are other like time sensitive and emergency situations that come up, so she's automatically out of compliance if that happens. So just examples.
Thank you. Superintendent Kane and then Director Ryan.
Thank you. I have a few clarifying questions. I would actually like to echo the concern that Director Callahan brought up, which is that this is, I think, our third attempt. We will continue to do the best that we can, but it would help to have more clarity. Yes, we have clarity now on 1.6, but the rest, I don't think there's clarity. The original monitoring period for this report for consistency was November 24 to November 25. By the time we're actually presenting it to the board, it will be March, and most of you weren't even involved in communication at this time. So if we're going to be redoing the survey, which it sounds like is an expectation that in order to go into compliance, we have to kind of start from scratch and do the survey again, then, which we were absolutely, as was mentioned in the monitoring report itself, the survey will absolutely be structured in a way that meets expectations better the next go round, but we are happy to, from our perspective, we will start again and do the survey again, but then we may want to change the monitoring period because only 3 of the board directors were even directors during the monitoring period. So I'm just trying to get a sense for where the loops kind of conclude.
I think that's a really great point to bring up. I think what I would say is the interpretation is what is most important to this board. The interpretation that we all agree, this is when and how the board receives information and is supported. Like, that is where I think clarity needs to happen. The evidence, whether or not it can be tracked immediately, can come in the future, but getting clear on what the board's expectations are for how we receive information, when we receive information, I think sets us up for success moving forward. So that would just be my initial reaction to that. And did you have your hand up before, Director Ryan?
I want to point out, I agree with what was just stated. I don't think that the outcome the evidence is necessarily as important as the interpretation because it's a new board, because there's a lot of changes, because this is communication to people who, a majority of us, were not even there. So I agree with that, and I think we should supply some clarity on which interpretations need adjustment before we move on, before we move it, because saying there's an issue here and then we come back to it and then we say there's more issues here that were in the previous one that we never said, that's not efficient on our part. But I think maybe, especially just this one specifically, because it's communication to folks that weren't here in a majority, that maybe we just point out these interpretations are not reliable for maybe these reasons. This is a way to get there. Maybe it just needs to be a higher threshold than 67, whatever it is, but providing that as clarity and then less expectation on the evidence side.
Okay, so again, the board has said just one of them so far, but Director Callahan.
I think we, as a board, have the most clarity around 1.6. I think the other areas, I think our guidance is more ambiguous, and so I would move that we, and as I appreciate it, the bar here is reasonable interpretation. I think I don't find it reasonable to, given the period of time that this monitoring report is monitoring, to conduct a new survey for a board that didn't exist during the time that we're monitoring. That doesn't seem reasonable to me. And so I would make the motion that we approve this report as a reasonable interpretation with the ask that 1.6 get billed out in a way that reflects the way that 1.1 is built out, and if that and that be provided at our next meeting, that feels reasonable, a reasonable ask of the superintendent and staff.
I think that was a motion, Director Thompson. Was that a motion?
I didn't.
I thought it was a motion, so there needs to be a second. Second. Right, there's a motion and a second, and I'll open it up for discussion.
I feel
Director
that,
Geiger.
excuse me. My only concern with that motion, which I agree with generally, is I do not feel February 10th is appropriate, giving them the special meeting on February 17th. I think that will provide clarity to the superintendent about more about how we think. I would be more inclined to say that we try to address it at our March 3rd meeting after we've had our special meeting on the 17th, which is helping all of us figure out how to do these monitoring limitations. Other than that,
So do you move to amend the motion so that the date is March, was it?
Director Callahan, would you accept a friendly motion to amend?
Accept.
With that, I second the motion.
All right. I'm sorry, you need clarity. So the motion was to assess this report to be in compliance except for item 1.6, which would come back to the board on the March meeting, March 3rd board meeting. Thank you. Yes, Director Thompson.
Okay, so my understanding is we're looking at if the interpretation is reasonable and then if the evidence is sufficient for that interpretation. And so the challenge that we're having is that I think like 1.1, 1.2 are reasonable, 1.3, I don't feel the interpretation is reasonable. I don't think there needs to be a new survey or new evidence, I was just saying the interpretation. 1.5 is, that's a binary one, that's reasonable. 1.6 was the one that we've talked about in detail. So, I mean, it just doesn't include that one, so it would be hard for me to vote in favor because the concern I brought up wasn't addressed or hands raised or any of those things, so.
Director Ryan?
And I think that while it's late and this is a long document which took an incredible amount of work on staff, I think that does need to be pointed out. I think that there was a concern raised that is now not being addressed in the motion, so I would share in the concerns that Director Thompson has.
Other discussion? Director Geiger?
To clarify, you would like the motion to include more development of 1.3 interpretation as well?
I think all of the 67%.
Yeah, where that was.
I think that was used in
1.3 and 1.6, I believe.
Sorry, 1.3 and which one?
I'm looking.
I'm not seeing it any other place, but perhaps I'm missing it.
Superintendent Kane?
And I think understanding that the evidence will be added in the future, but I agree that the interpretation, if we have that solid now, it'll make next time much easier.
So please restate what you're asking.
I was stating that I would have a hard time voting in favor of the motion on the table due to the fact that this, and I feel that there's still issues with compliance when it comes, or interpretation.
For which items?
1.3. Sorry, that's not how I had my notes, so I have to look at the document. Oh, it was 2. Yeah, and my computer wants updates. So it's like I keep having to click back and forth.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep us moving forward, and what I'm hearing was debate on the motion that's on the table. Superintendent Kane, did you have something you wanted to share?
Sure, only that if we go back and change the interpretation to put in a target that is 80% or 85% or whatever, but that target isn't addressed by the data that we have because the data wasn't in that way, then the only way to do it is to redo the survey. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Understood.
I understand that we can, though, give an exception on the evidence, right?
Yeah, we can do anything we want to do, yep, exactly. And again, the motion that's on the table is that this monitoring report would be deemed in compliance except for item 1.6, for which the interpretation for that item would come back to the board on March 3rd. And we're in discussion. We've heard the discussion. Anything further, Director Densler?
Sorry, just a point of clarification. So is it, just so that I understand, Superintendent Kane, are you saying that the interpretation of 1.6 that we would be voting on for you to bring back in March would be contingent upon, revisions of that would be contingent upon a survey? Am I misunderstanding that?
I'm really glad you asked that. No, bringing back 1.6 on March 3rd is totally doable. It's 1.3 that Director Thompson mentioned, that if the interpretation is changed to change the target to 85% or whatever, then the report is out of compliance. So the only way to, because the survey doesn't match the desired, the interpretation, basically. The survey doesn't match the interpretation, so then we're just handing you something that we're just
My apologies, I mixed up.
Yeah, so that, it was 1.3. That,
okay, thank you.
It's a bit of a conundrum with old board, new board, switch over, but ideally, once you have an interpretation, there's objective data that you can utilize. It's just we can't go back and do a survey with people who can't fill out a survey necessarily. So, did that answer your question, Director Densler?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Director Ryan?
So I think with that clarification that, we can't redo the survey, I think I understand better the motion that it would be to accept this 67 for here because we can't redo the survey, because we can't make it compliant at this point except for 1.6. That does make sense to me. I do think if there is anything else outstanding that we haven't shared that comes up later, then I feel like we've shortchanged it a little bit with the motion, but obviously that wasn't brought up during this conversation. So now I feel more comfortable with the way the motion is structured.
Okay, any other comments? And then I'm going to call roll. I'm going to read the motion again. What I believe is on the table is that this monitoring report has been assessed and to be deemed in compliance except for 1.6, which will come back before the board on March 3rd. Okay, with that, I'll call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Aye. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
No.
All right, it passes 6-1, and thank you all for that. I know this is clunky, I know it's not perfect, and I look forward to our work session where we can work to refine the process that we want to use as a board.
And
So
if I could just reiterate that all of the feedback on interpretation, including the survey and the 67% as acknowledged in the monitoring report itself, will be refined based on this conversation for the monitoring report a year from now.
thank you very much, and thank you so much for all of the work on the report and working with the board to get interpretations that will meet everyone's needs. So thank you very much. So with that, we started off thinking that we would end early, but that's okay. We're still within the time. Board of Education reports, item 11, president reports. We do have agenda planning scheduled for this Thursday at 10:30. The information, it's posted on our public page. The Google Meet is now posted as well in order to be more transparent with the community, so it's easy access. We have I was able to attend the Continental League Honors Music Festival, which was absolutely amazing. Director Parker and I didn't get a chance to say hello there, but it was such an amazing event. Our students are so amazing and inspiring, and I also attended the middle school concert, and I think Director Parker was there too. I think we're the fans in this area, and listening and watching our students perform is just so rewarding. I was able to attend the groundbreaking for Elementary School 51, which was also a very inspiring event. We even had some former board directors attend, and it was nice to talk to our community members. It was amazing to see the little kids out there with the shovels and the hard hats and hoping that they weren't gonna get injured. We had the student advisory group meeting last night. I'm gonna let Director Parker give updates on that one when we get to it. I think we already talked about it some. But with that, I will go to Vice President Callahan.
It was a real joy on January 15th to attend the Automation Expo here at this campus. And just be able to see what our young people are able to experience and the exposure that they're getting to different career pathways. It was really a neat opportunity. On January 21st, I was able to attend the Partners for Douglas County Government and got to do a tour of some of the new space that's being built out on the southeast side of the building, and it was just really neat to see what's in store for our young people in the coming years. And then January 23rd, Director Thompson and Deputy Superintendent Hyatt and Commissioner Layden and I all had the opportunity to meet and just talk about some shared opportunities going forward. We talked a little bit about, Director Geiger talked about Senate Bill 15 as perhaps a shared opportunity to partner together, and we look forward to some continuing conversations there. Would you add anything, Director Thompson, on that?
No, I would say that I appreciated the meeting. It was very obvious to me how much the commissioner cares about student safety and student outcomes in the community. So, he definitely shared how his interest in being collaborative with us, finding shared goals, and, and I missed if you updated he was mentioning that, when it came to the letter to us, that, he's interested in or open to what the district needs. And so that was nice, that was helpful, and I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing him present at the March Safety and Security meeting.
Start with Director Thompson, since you were just talking, and go down this way. I think we did it that way last time.
Yep, so I attended the FOC meeting, and actually I still owe you guys an update. It's written, I just have to submit it in. But the first presentation we had was from the investment, it was an investment update by Chandler Asset Management, and it's how we invest our bond funds. So you can only invest so much, you can't spend it all right in the first year, you spend it over time, and so how can we, increase some of the available money. It helps to cover things like inflation, all of that. And so we got a really nice presentation about kind of the predictions, where we're at now, what we're expecting moving forward in that regard. He actually gives us a book from their company. It's an updated version, and I got a copy for everybody, but I forgot to bring it tonight, so I will bring it to the next meeting that we have. And then they've got the budget update that we voted on tonight. And I also got to attend a play at Ponderosa High School. It was, oh no, I'm forgetting the name of it, but it was about a scientist and the evil, I don't know, it was hilarious. It was undergrads that did the performance, 10 out of 10. We had a blast. I laughed my butt off. And if you haven't been to a play, I recommend going to see the students in this district perform. It's fun. So, highlight of my week.
Director Ryan.
Unfortunately, I had to miss out on both of the musical opportunities, which is very sad because my wife and I both performed at Continental League when we were in the district. But unfortunately, we have a young baby, and that means sometimes we're sick. So I didn't get to go to either of those, but I did get to go to the Eagle Academy graduation, which was amazing. It's wonderful to see those students talk about how they got to where they were and what they're going to be doing afterward and what they've gone through to get there. It's really impressive to see that. We can all commiserate in that the principal of Eagle Academy is a Bills fan. He was disappointed, and we were disappointed this weekend, so we can all commiserate over that one. I was also at the groundbreaking. I wasn't feeling my best, so I was only there for a short time, but seeing those kids throwing dirt around was great, and the excitement of the community for that new school. And then I was also at LRPC. There are a lot of interesting changes that will be coming down the pipe and hard decisions that this board is going to have to make. I know that the folks that are involved in drawing the lines for our new elementary schools are going to be talking to the community, and there's going to be some hard conversations there as well. But I'm hopeful that we will be able to move forward in a very positive way on those sites.
Thank you. Director Parker.
Yeah, my first part of my update is just a little summary of the secretary emails that I got. So from last board meeting, so December 2nd, we had 34 contacts. There is a significant focus on student health and safety. We have received a high volume of emails regarding the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, with parents actively reaching out to manage their students' participation. Additionally, we are hearing a clear call for more restrictive cell phone policies, specifically in middle schools, to improve student mental health and focus. On the operational side, families are asking us to revisit our nutrition and inclement weather policies, specifically regarding allergen safety on menus and more localized decision-making for snow days. That being said, I believe Erin has been in communication with those. She's on it all the time. Second, we are seeing a rise in advocacy and debate surrounding our school environment. This includes significant feedback, both supportive and critical, regarding specific student clubs and broader topics such as sports participation. Finally, our students and staff are raising their voices about the future of our schools. We've received direct input advocating for increased teacher compensation, the potential shift to a 4-day school week, and more robust community partnerships. And so I'm pleased to report that the vast majority of these inquiries have received direct responses, not just from me, but from people on the board and leadership. I feel like Erin responded even faster than I could, and Valerie and Tony at times. And so we want to ensure that our community's voices are not just heard, but acknowledged, and I feel like that happened in the last month. As for myself, I'm gonna scroll down. I had a wonderful few weeks engaging with the district. Some of the events included, I was able to attend the 2 musical events Director Meek spoken about, the Continental League Honor Music Festival and the 10th annual of the DCSD Middle School Honor Ensemble. Our students are so talented. The students blew me away, and my kids were able to enjoy and get inspired them as well, especially the middle school kids. My son was like, "What is middle school?" Because he's 5, he's in kindergarten, and so he's like, "That's not that far away. When do I have to start practicing?" So they were just incredible. I was able to go to 2 DAC meetings. The first meeting was heavily spoke about the PLC communities, learning communities. We also talked about the budget and SACPI. The last meeting we discussed membership and a survey. And this will be in my update. They did request that Danelle come to a meeting for a special education update, which I will share with Erin at our one-on-one, but that was a request. And wanted to, they also have a huge interest in having their meetings recorded. I also attended the SAC meeting where students reviewed the cell phone policy we saw here tonight. It was evident that the students cared deeply about this and want to make sure they have access to their phones, but also understand what that means. They also worked on their subcommittees and enjoyed connecting with one another and talked about office membership for next year. And then we also had that study session that the minutes are online, but it wasn't recorded, and so people were asked a lot of questions about that. So that is my update, I think.
Thank you. Director Densler.
Thank you. On January 12th, I had the privilege of attending the Douglas County Youth Initiative meeting, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a sort of coalition of elected officials who meet concerning all things to do with Douglas County youth. I reported back to the superintendent and to the board president, and I think I put this in an update as well, that the Douglas County Youth Initiative is considering holding their 2026 Youth Congress at Legacy Campus on either September 28th or October 5th. No immediate action item is needed since they haven't established that as what they are definitely going to do, but staff has been notified. Second, Commissioner Layden raised concerns about establishing uniform minimum requirements across our schools. While he acknowledged that we operate as a district of schools with site autonomy, he believes that we need baseline programming in areas like youth substance disorder services, vaping detection, clean bathrooms, mental wellness, and school safety. I've been working with staff, and I will continue to do so, to document how we currently address these priorities district-wide, and we will report back to DCYI.
Members Councilman Dietz and Councilwoman Wilkes and Commissioner Layden suggested that there is a significant need for greater parent education around fentanyl, which may provide an opportunity for us to partner with other county agencies, particularly the Sheriff's Office and any health officials. Councilman Dietz and Councilwoman Wilkes, who again are on DCYI, were also seemingly unaware of our CTE programming in the district, and so I communicated to staff. I know that you've done this in the past, but if we can find another opportunity to have elected officials tour Legacy, that would be wonderful. Finally, at that meeting, Commissioner Layden expressed concerns about anonymous student social media accounts, particularly Barstool accounts, and their role in bullying. I look forward to working with staff to bring back information to help inform the youth initiative about how our building leaders currently deal with this and what the path forward may look like. It's a very complicated and important issue. I also had the privilege of attending the Eagle Academy graduation, which made me cry. And then with Director Parker, I attended the District Accountability Committee meeting last Thursday. A couple of things that we both sat through but might have been not touched on by Director Parker. They have 4 positions to fill, and we'll be putting out calls for these. Roles will start on July 1st. Of course, there is a renewed call for live streaming their meetings. They did have a question about PLCs, which I just said that I would relay back to the board and the staff. They are curious as to whether the PLCs will be every Friday or every 5-day week. Each year, we then talked about the fact that each year DAC reaches out to SACs to help determine spending priorities for the upcoming year. Mr. Reynolds engaged in a lengthy colloquy with the members of DAC around the proposed survey that they will be sending out and distributing to SACs. There was quite a lengthy discussion about the languaging of some of the survey, particularly of the 5 cornerstone commitments and the prioritization that SACs will have to engage in. I wrote in my notes, considerable discussion ensued. Mr. Reynolds also presented on the strategic plan reflection form results and unpacked the Thriving Schools and Thriving Communities cornerstone, which I think was a really productive conversation and really helped DAC members understand, like, what do we mean by thriving schools and thriving communities? So that's my report.
Director Geiger.
Well, it turns out most of the stuff I did this month I did with other members. I also attended the Automation Expo. I must have just missed you, Director Callahan. I was very impressed. We had a lot of, the most impressive part of that was that we had a lot of employers who were there looking at our students and talking to our students about their future lives. I also attended the groundbreaking at Sterling Ranch, and I may have shed a tear there because between my work on LRPC and my work on this board, that's about a decade's worth of work before we got to that. I also attended the Eagle Academy graduation. I always cry there. I, every other week on Friday, will attend the CASB legislative update, provide information on that. I also attended the published Partnership of Douglas County Governments with Director Callahan. That was mostly a lobbying update from metro districts, counties, and municipalities. The one thing we all share in common is we all hate unfunded mandates. And that's moving requirements, that's saving money at the state level by moving the requirements to the county or the local districts. It was nice to have that here. It was hosted by Legacy. Operations staff got the food and everything there. And then I believe 3 or 4 of the elected officials did a tour of Legacy. The one thing that I attended that nobody else did is the Foundation for Douglas County Governments monthly meeting. They have been collecting donations for the teacher supply drive, which will be distributed tomorrow and Friday here at Legacy. Also to the main discussion at this month's meeting was that they are going to look further into doing a fundraising fun run. I always find that phrase inconsistent. Mutually exclusive in my mind. Probably looking sometime in the fall, September or October. They've done some research. They're trying to use it both as a fundraiser and as trying to get the foundation's name out there. Looking at probably moving it various times in various places. I would remind you that the women and the girls in sport luncheon is Friday, February 13th, which will be good news that day. Also look out for, as many as you can attend the Apple Awards coming up on March 28th. If you've not done that as a director, it's important to our teachers. It's an important recognition of our teachers. And then if you're a golfer, there is the Drive for the Dream Golf Classic on June 1st at Bear Dance. So those will continue to come. I urge you to keep those in mind. And most importantly, as to the foundation of Douglas County Schools, if you know groups or organizations who are willing to donate, forward those to me. I will pass those on to the foundation. The whole goal here is to raise money, and so if you have an in, let me know. It was a busy month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Geiger, and thank you for all the updates. I gotta say, it's weird after 6 years not being at DAC meetings, so it feels really strange to sit here and hear updates. And thank you very much for all the updates. I just want to reiterate how much pride and gratitude I have for each of you serving, and I know it's a lot of work, and I thought we were going to get out of here earlier than we did. So this is a plug for agenda planning, and as we are looking at agenda items, weighing in on times that we want to allocate, because I think we went over, obviously, on certain items, but we don't know how long things take until we actually go through the process. So we'll continue to work on refining timing to make sure we're able to get the work accomplished. So with that, I'm happy to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
All right, Director Geiger, motion, Director Gallagher seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you.